Okay, it has been a while. I have been dead, but not right this moment. So, about time we started playing as allies. So, today we are the great Soviet Russia, United Kingdom, USA, all that good stuff. You'll notice my aspect ratio is jacked up. Oh well. We are going to be different. That's what we want to do. We're going to make poor purchases, we're going to make bad moves, and we're going to find a way to live anyway, right? Who are we even playing against? I have no idea, and that's okay. So instead of going for Ukraine, we are just going to stack up 20-0. This is commonly called the West Russia jam, just because, well, you're jamming everything you possibly can into West Russia, except for that fighter. Key takeaway being, well, if you're not hitting Ukraine, then Germany naturally is going to get to keep their bomber, which means then they actually have decent odds to knock out Egypt on their first turn, which ain't going to be great. And the only way I can reinforce that to discourage that particular move is to move this Soviet fighter down 1, 2, 3, 4 to reinforce Egypt. So we're going to stick with that. That will be our only attack. But because we're taking so goddamn much into this province, it should be a pretty easy clean sweep. Generally, Germany's not going to last longer than one roll. Generally, they're still going to hit 2 to 3 pieces, but the odds of you losing 7 or 8 infantry is just not going to happen. So this is a much lower risk opener than you might generally see when people play Russia. I prefer to play sort of this way instead of the Ukraine opener. A lot of Axis players don't really know how to deal with it all that well. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they're going to play a quote-unquote standard or if they're going to go with all sorts of crazy shenanigans. So we are going to actually deliberately leave both Karelia and Caucasus unoccupied. Now, I historically have always followed the philosophy of don't give anyone anything for free. But in this particular case, what I would like to happen is Germany only moves 1 infantry into each of those. Because then it's going to be trivial for me to keep trading and retake and make sure that Russia can have that income back. It also opens up the possibility that United Kingdom, their first term, could retake Caucasus. And then USA on turn 3, I could stack Greenland turn 1, and then come into Karelia turn 2, and maybe get a turn 3 Karelia stack going on with Soviet Union. That would be pretty killer. But if Germany puts 2 or maybe even 3 infantry on one or both of these, um, while it's difficult to say whether or not that's a good decision for Germany, that is definitely going to put a hamper on my immediate plan. The good news is that tanks cannot blitz through territories with industries. So he cannot take Kazakh. He cannot try and strike my fighter here in Archangel. So we should be pretty okay. So we'll have to see what Germany does until next time. Okay, UK 1. Step 1. What did Germany do? We're buying air, so they bought an additional bomber and a tank. So not the most cost efficient. Went 1 infantry to Caucasus, took Iceland, which is interesting. Okay. That can be irritating sometimes. 1 submarine, yeah, okay. So decent results. They won a 5-1, so they took C-Zone 7 pretty handily, and they won the coin flip on C-Zone 10. So UK just basically is not going to be getting a fleet this turn. I mean, I could sit here and be like, oh well, let's go destroyer and a carrier and another destroyer, and it's not gonna work, man. I have no destroyer, so there's no way for me to take out this submarine. So you would have a submarine, an extra bomber, 4 fighters. We're missing 2 fighters. We are okay. So he did go with the Ukraine stack. That is a good move. I like that from Germany. In my opinion, this is the proper response to someone doing the West Russia jam, is to stack Ukraine. So UK has one major objective. That is going to be to assist in dead zoning Caucasus. So looks like his battleship and transporter are separated. The battleship is really useless without the transport, but along the same lines, if both of these ships are alive, it's tempting to hit that battleship while it's a fairly easy target, especially if he's moved off of Libya and there's really not going to be a counterattack if somehow, some way my bomber lives. So could I get a bomber there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually that's a really convenient spot for his transport to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I retake Caucasus, technically I could take that out with the Russian fighter. 1, 2, 3, or the United States fighter. I really don't want to land a fighter on Caucasus because my intent is to hold West Russia and just make this a hard bastion of defense. If I move to Caucasus and I put a heavy stack on Caucasus, then turn 2, Germany's going to be able to put a heavy stack on West Russia, force me off of Caucasus anyway, um, and then reinforce with Japanese fighters. That's going to be one of my big concerns here. If I can get enough UK forces right here, then even with Japanese fighters, I should be able to adequately dead zone him. My Russia 2-buy would have to be something like as many artillery as I can field. Turn 1, I'm just trying to get hit points, and then tons of artillery will dead zone Caucasus. I'd like it if there was an easy way to knock out that transport, though, even if it does mean ignoring the battleship. That would be pretty sweet. If I look at where these fighters are going, does he have great odds to take West Russia? Because I can take an infantry and artillery. I can take, if I had to, another couple infantry or something. So I'll have roughly 20 infantry, 23 twos, 4 threes. If he can take it, it's going to be a close fight, honestly. Germany usually needs one more turn. You know, they need to get to turn 2 or turn 3 before they can really hammer West Russia the way that they want to. I need to be sure to cancel this really stupid-ass purchase before I go any further. So I know I'm going to be dedicating a fighter to that transport. The other fighters, actually I might just take the bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can take the bomber, 2 ships, hit that battleship. Alternatively, I could take the ship down south. I'll take a fighter and a cruiser, wipe out that. That'll be pretty useful. Not going to get too crazy with Japan. I was kind of leaving Kill Japan first open for myself, but this Ukraine stack sort of rules that out in my opinion. Because Germany's buying some good attacking pieces, which will increase their momentum a little earlier at the cost of having sustained presence later. So I am going to need more stuff now. Now, something I've been doing that's actually really entertaining is getting an industry turn 1 and throwing that on Persia. A lot of players just don't know how to deal with that fundamentally, so I think that is what I'm going to do. In the spirit of dead zoning Caucasus, turn 2, I'm going to put 1 tank on India. Actually, I'm tempted to do 2 tanks. 2 tanks and an artillery. Yeah, because I can't get a fighter at the same time. I'd love to pump out some more air and steadily get fighters over here, but that's just not an option for me. I just don't have enough money right now. If I didn't get an industry, I could probably do it, but considering that it's going to be at least 2 turns until I can get a fleet, and I could either save or build air for now, I feel that this is too much of a thing right now for me to do too much about that. So actually, I think the industry is going to be one of my better decisions. The plan is to put the industry on Persia. If that goes well, and depending on what Japan does their first turn, if they go all in on India, Shit, man, I kind of want to put an industry on Transjordan too, because the typical timing that Japan has for capturing India is really foiled if you throw 3 to 4 extra infantry for the Allies into the mix, combined with the fact that UK is constantly able to supply counterattackers, and the supply line is just a little bit too far for Japan's transports to keep up with that on an every turn basis. So it's harder to counter an industry on Persia than you might think. The actual correct response would be to ignore that the industry is even there and press through China, take Persia, and then move to India. Because then that additional pressure you put on Russia is going to paralyze everyone else there. So I can do the silly buy, because the 2 extra tanks is going to help me dead zone Caucasus as well. So this is essentially doing Russia 1 on UK 1 with the 2 tank buy just to dead zone a specific province. So let's do that. Now we can move on to making more terrible decisions. So I do like this idea, because there's really nowhere this cruiser can go. I suppose he could pop right here, such that when the USA destroyer moves up, it won't necessarily immediately die next turn. But then you've got a bomber as well. 1, 2, 3. I mean, USA really does have to sit out a turn if they want to go Germany first here. Taking that bomber out means I do have to commit a fighter here. UK fighter could potentially land here. This fighter, let's try and take Caucasus. Let's try that. And then I have a hard decision. I could take 2 fighters to make my odds at Caucasus much, much better. That would essentially, if I take that, then Russia gets to save 1 more piece on West Russia and further decrease the odds of losing that. It also puts 1 more fighter on West Russia for the German counterattack. The cost of that is now I have to sacrifice my carrier if I'm going to take out that destroyer. If I'm going to have good odds to take out that destroyer and that transport. Taking out this transport is going to be pretty critical to slowing Japan's momentum. Meanwhile, this tank is tempting to blitz through, but I want him to be in range of Caucasus as well. So I'm thinking, should I put an infantry over, or should I? Yes. The answer is yes. And then this transport will probably take this artillery, bump him up. No. Nah. We're going to leave well enough alone. It's 1 IPC. I don't want to take myself out of position. Just to explain that, this transport, I'm going to take this artillery, put him here. This infantry is going to move up. I don't want Germany to necessarily be able to just blitz through and take Egypt unoccupied. Japan's very likely going to take out this transport. Even if I put it on C-Zone 33, Japan's going to take this transport. It's just, what else are you going to do with these fighters, right? So I'm not going to be able to ferry this infantry, for instance, up to Egypt prior to Germany being able to blitz through it. So we'll, rather than protect Egypt, we'll dead zone Egypt. It'll be fun. So we'll do that. Don't know what I'm going to do with that. Doesn't matter. This is a game of mistakes. I like making mistakes. Makes me feel great, like I'm just so good at this game. Easy as pie. Because that Iceland, the special thing about Iceland for allies is it's only 1, 2, 3, 4 to reinforce Moscow. So if you lose the West Russia position, Iceland becomes a critical stepping stone to get around. And if you can't stack Karelia, Germany won. The fuck you gonna do with that transport? There's not a whole lot of use for it, so a lot of German players will just take 1 infantry, come over, take Iceland, because it's worth 0, so it's actually almost more inconvenient for allies to have to retake it. It also artificially extends the range of your fighters, where if I had a fleet in C-Zone 3 shucking to Finland, for instance, then I could take fighters from Germany, 1, 2, 3, knowing that Iceland is a potential landing spot. So can let you get a sneaky fleet kill, if such a thing is your calling. Let's go with that. Anything obvious and stupid in here? Probably. Let's go with it. Let's go! Good luck. Very good luck. Awesome. So you'll notice he actually moved these 2 units over from Italy to Bulgaria because he knew he would not be able to bring his transport into C-Zone 15. He knew I would be hitting it, and so by moving some infantry down, he's actually able still to bring 2 extra units next turn, assuming everything goes the way it's planned, to go to Caucasus. So his plan right now is to stack Caucasus. So Japan 1, you can almost guarantee that there's going to be a fat stack of fighters ending their turn on Changtong, so that they can just land and assist the German occupation of Caucasus, which is why dead zoning Caucasus is going to be my primary objective this turn. Shit. Okay, it's like it never happened. Hard decision. Not that hard a decision, honestly. If I'm not stacking Caucasus, it doesn't matter. I don't need to build Russian troops on Caucasus. At this point, honestly, because I can't land UK fighters there, Russia will not be able to hold Caucasus. I mean, I think if I put 19 infantry plus 4 plus 3 artillery plus 4 tanks plus the 2 Russian fighters, he might still hit it. Or no, his fighters would be out of range. So I could hold Caucasus if I drop a fighter right now, but I don't want to give him West Russia. I honestly think West Russia is a better position than Caucasus. So we're just going to go ahead, pull the infantry. Let Russia be the one to retake that with his lone infantry. Life is good. Hopefully I don't get burned here. Alrighty. Okay, so the dice have been reasonable. Yeah, didn't get everything I wanted, but yeah, I had a little bit of dice favor to offset that. Russia should reasonably be able to retake Karelia. If they don't retake Karelia, I'm at least moving this guy over, so that should be a safe location for a UK fighter to land this turn. Meanwhile, we're going to be stacking West Russia, and because that transport's down, Japan cannot hit India turn 2, which gives us some other interesting options. Move that. Leaving this infantry here also has one other potentially unintended side effect. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tempted to leave one more infantry back, because if Germany starts their turn, they would very much take a bomber, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 bombers and a tank versus a lone bomber and an infantry. 2 infantry there makes it ever so slightly less appealing. But I think honestly, then I can't carry the artillery. Here we have a bad decision to make. I could ferry the anti-air gun over to Egypt. I'm just so not used to my bomber living. This move with the battleship transport separating, that's very unusual. I'm going to keep dead zoning Caucasus. Since the bomber pretty much always dies round 1 anyway, I'll just justify it to myself in the sense that, dude, it's always going to be gone. Whatever. You know, it's water under the bridge. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat the small stuff. But if he does take a bomber and a tank and gets a little bit lucky and ends his turn with a tank sitting here in Egypt, can I immediately punish that? No, not really. I feel like I need one more infantry back. And I don't think that 1 infantry is going to be the critical maker or breaker in this Caucasus fight, because that's going to be the real kicker is Caucasus. Meanwhile, what to do with these? Honestly, I'm just going to leave them where they are because that lets me hit Alaska. Uh, Japan taking Alaska isn't really like a scary thing. It's just something I wish they wouldn't do because it is mildly annoying to deal with. Oh, I'm deliberately leaving 3 infantry in Australia because that kind of counterintuitively also messes up Japan's logistics. What I want is that if and when Japan comes down with an all-in for Egypt and they stack the shit out of Burma, if they decide, oh, this isn't going to work after all, the next step is just come down and take Australia. Okay, easy, free money. Um, having one extra infantry there actually does make a difference in you really need one more transport to do that comfortably. Otherwise, you're going to lose about as often as you win that fight. Probably forgetting something pretty critical and important here, but hey, that's the name of the game, right? Persian industry. 2 tanks. I am leaving Burma unoccupied. I'm okay with that. And this is our board state at the end of UK1. We've got a pretty strong stack on Germany. Germany still has a transport active, which is going to give them just a little bit of extra oomph into Caucasus, but I've got a little bit of extra oomph myself coming back at Caucasus. India is safe for now. Japan very likely is going to set themselves up for a turn 2 or more likely a turn 3 India timing. But the extra industry should be able to help me with that. If they try to stack Caucasus, then the India attack falls apart just because Japan loses all its fighters in the defense of Caucasus. So it just doesn't work like that. If Japan's going to go all in on India, their composition is going to be 99% infantry and air support, and if you don't have any air, well then you're just straight up fucked. So we're going to make sure that can't happen then. They can't have them both. Can't stack this and this on turn 3. It's got to be one or the other. And in this case, I'm hoping it's neither. But we'll find out. Did I set my subs not to submerge? I didn't. I did. They don't submerge, so that should be relatively safe. Life is good. We'll see what Japan has to offer us. US 1, what are we working with? Japan. Huh. Well, that's very unusual. So he looks at my moves and says, oh, well, I'm clearly going to kill Japan first, when actually I would consider this Germany first game. So he went ahead and preemptively got 2 destroyers, no ground units, and went for Pearl. And seemingly got really good luck with it. Did blow up my transport. That's expected. Alright, where are his fighters? So that means Cockstack's not going to happen. Good, good. He should recognize that that's not going to be doable. Interesting. Heavy on here. So not going that... That's an unusual opener. So he's not really going to be able to pull off an India timing at all. Which is good. But he is going to be putting extra pressure through China, but not as much as would otherwise be possible. And he didn't get a 3rd transport, or a 4th transport really, I should say, and he didn't buy any ground units. So the follow-up is going to be a little bit weaker, the momentum's going to be a little bit less. I don't think he realizes what my actual plan was. Because I'm just going to do this. Now, my first question is, should I actually counterattack this fleet? It's a submarine and a cruiser. Those are virtually useless. Because I could send my battleship and destroyer there. That puts them a full turn and a half farther behind to secure the Atlantic. And all I'm doing is putting some superficial pressure on Japan when he's already bought more Navy. He's going to have plenty of destroyers around. Yeah, I'm not thinking that does much for me. Yeah, I could take those out. Yeah, they're worth IPCs. What else could he do with them? He'll use them to shield a couple transport, pull off some Alaska shenanigans. But I mean, let's be real, we're not going to have a big fleet engagement with Japan this game. Except maybe a giant UK Air Force in the Middle East, potentially trying to dead zone and keep them from stacking and shucking into Egypt. And subs don't attack air, so that wouldn't be even a concern. So I think we just stick with the original plan. Pretty standard buy. I'm considering eschewing some of the ground, since I am going to be a turn behind. You know, I could pick up an extra cruiser or something like that, or heck, even a battleship. Because I'm planning on making frequent amphibious assaults across a wide range of targets. I am missing a carrier, so I should get a new carrier one way or the other. I'm only going to have 3 fighters right now. More fighters is always good. Buying cruisers seems like a fool's errand most days. Let's be real. If I'm not firing any AA guns, then this will be adequate for now, and I can pick up a fighter. It's a little bit of an unusual buy. If I remember correctly, we started this match saying, let's do stupid stuff, so let's do stupid stuff. Should I sacrifice this destroyer to kill the submarine? Because he's going to come at it with a sub on offense, as well as a bomber, and he's going to clear my destroyer off without any issue. And I'm thinking, no. Because, I mean, the sub's not even worth as much. There's no immediate threat here. I think I just chill. I think this is literally just a chill turn. Gotta leave 1 infantry behind to keep that tank from blitzing. I don't want him to go 1-2. So it would be an annoying place for a tank to end his turn. So I'll probably leave 1 infantry back. Let's go with that. Kind of a weird buy, but bear with me here. Bear with me. Can't do anything with this fleet. German luck in the Atlantic was too strong. Not going to be able to do anything over here for a hot minute. I don't think we want to do combat. Skip. And we'll slide on over, taking the infantry so that I can land in Sea Zone 12, which puts me in range of Algeria, France, UK, handful of other things, without needing to stop anywhere. Cruiser's going to join up with the mates. We'll go ahead and load that carrier up with friends. Get all this jank out of there. And throw the bomber somewhere useful. Actually, he's going to take that anyway. He's going to take this anyway. Shouldn't I just keep the infantry alive? If I pull both back, could he punish that in some way? And I'm thinking, nah, not really. I'm just gonna leave it empty. Let him take it. Whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah, US needs a lot more pieces on the board before I can really go anywhere, do anything. Right now I just feel weak. I could do UK cruiser sub to 53 just for the shiggles. And if it's successful, I could just drop 2 extra infantry there. Although Japan would immediately murder those ships. Although that does keep 2 planes out of position for another turn. Almost tempting. In hindsight, probably shouldn't have, since I was buying a fighter, shouldn't have landed both there. But this is a game of stupid decisions. Russia steps up to the plate. Should probably, well, he can only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. He can get 4 planes there, so I should still go with an artillery heavy purchase. Considering a 5-2. Yeah, we'll do that. Do that. Combat, probably should do combat. Really important to me that he doesn't get Karelia. Trading for the income kind of depends on what I'm going to end this turn with. Right now, I'm at 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25's not bad. I mean, I could up that to 27. But, once again, this fighter's not in a great position to do anything useful. So I would have to take like an artillery and an infantry, and I don't want to trade 2 Russian ground for 1, especially if there's not an industry involved. And especially since he's got an overwhelming quantity of air, you know, Germany's really got more ability to trade very efficiently here. So I think we just hang back for now. If only so that I don't burn an extra artillery and infantry trying to take out one guy up here when this is where the real fight needs to happen, because he may end up stacking Caucasus anyway, and I'm going to want every unit I can get. Right now, I think if he does that, he's got a fucking death wish. But people make mistakes, man. Let them make those mistakes. Don't assume he's not going to do something stupid. Maybe I just did something stupid. Wouldn't be out of character. Well, looks like I brought 1 more infantry than I needed that time, but that's okay. No one cares about these Russians. Not these days, anyway. So that plane's safe. He can hit that with the 2 bombers if he really wanted to. Would you sacrifice a German bomber for an equal IPCs with pretty good chance to lose 1 or both just to kill a UK fighter? Probably not. If he tries to take that, that's probably a reasonable trade. Pull a German bomber off the board for a UK fighter. Yeah, I'll make that trade. And that looks a little nicer. Cool. 5, 6, 7. $25 IPCs, and if he tries to stack Caucasus, then I've got 21 infantry, 8 artillery, decent ratio, 4 tanks, 2 planes. Not to mention that I could soften him up with 1 roll, maybe 2, 5 infantry and artillery, 3 tanks, 4 fighters, and the bomber, if that survives another day. That would be a fairly strong strafe to pull quite a few of these infantry off, because he's only going to have 13 twos. Yeah, Russia has already got decent odds, let's be real. And if I can pull that full stack of tanks off as well as all the Japanese planes, then I'm a happy camper. Life is good. For now, should be safe. I'm going to assume that he's going to continue trading this gently and just stack as many things as he can on Ukraine and just kind of keep the Ukraine stack going. But with his purchase turn 1, that's going to be a little tougher. Ideally, that bomber is 4 more infantry. Ideally, that tank is 2 more infantry. Just won't have enough pieces to make it happen. So I think already this is a fairly positive game for me. Japan's investing heavily in defense when no one's going after Japan. Germany's investing in expensive pieces when that's not really what it needs right now. So I'm cautiously optimistic for my prospects this game. Right now, Axis is looking strong, but we'll see how quickly we can change that. UK2. We've got more tanks. Interesting. Okay. Going all in on that Ukraine stack. Interesting. Okay. So, shouldn't have any trouble just battening down and retaining what I've already got. So he didn't... Where did the transport go? Did he just go to Libya? Did the transport not carry anything? Moved from Germany. So he just kind of said, here, take my transport. I don't want it anymore. That's cool. All right, I'll take it. USA will plan on ending their next turn here with the fleet. Fighters will be just out of range, and that will kind of pin his subs down and keep them from going anywhere useful, really. They will have to fall back to C-Zone 5, which is easily walled off, so we can only hope he builds more subs. Might be something to be said for getting yet another industry. Kinda tempted. Just keep cranking them out, man, right? 2, 3. We need things to support our troops. Tempted to buy a tank just because I can afford it, but at the end of the day, I mean, would you? Is a stack of tanks really worth it? And sometimes you really just need one more IPC, and I don't want that to be next turn. I'm not planning ahead far enough, so we'll give this a shot. If I had 1 infantry, these 4 fighters could be really useful. So we will keep being stupid for the moment. Fighter's home base will continue to be West Russia. There's really no transports that can threaten Egypt yet, so don't have to get drastic with fighter positioning or anything like that. Bomber can pick up the transport, no problem. Unless... Did I want to take Burma? Yes, I do. Taking Burma means Japan can't stack that next turn, because something that they can do is use their fighters to ensure that all the ground units can stay. I want it to be such that if he does not bring any fighters and just stacks a whole bunch of land units on Burma, that I'll be able to counterattack that to great effect. So I'll put all the tanks right here with 1 or 2 token infantry. Just take 1 infantry. And then majority, I can kind of split the forces between India and Persia for now. We'll think about that later. Meanwhile, this stuff, that's tempting. I'm pretty much just as likely to lose that, let's be real. No, I've got slightly better odds, because subs on attack do a little bit better. If I keep those 2 fighters out of play for a little while longer, that's worth it. Meanwhile, this is 1, 2, three, 3 turns at least until these are useful in the Atlantic, and I may or may not even bother building an Atlantic fleet with the United Kingdom this game. So I think, actually, let's go for it. I don't feel like I have a whole lot to lose. Russia's artillery, once they move to the front, may or may not have a chance of killing this, but the fact that he's got 3 more tanks means he's actually reinforcing a little faster, so the timing's a little offset. I think so long as I land on my fighters here, I should still be safe. Calculators are for square, for tryhards. Go for it. Nice. Even with 4 fighters, you're basically going to hit. Ah, well, that's depressing. I really, really want this, though. Come on. Yeah. I think a single infantry and artillery versus 1 infantry is something like a 80%, 85%, something like that. This one hit. Perfect. Actually perfect. Literally perfect. Nice. And the planes can kill the cruiser, but they can't do anything. I'm tempted to move the transport up, but he's only got 1 infantry on it. So I'm thinking transport can come over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't put me to shame there yet. Station our tanks behind. You could always bring 1 transport in with a ton of fighter support, so we'll actually move our anti-air over. Bring 1 infantry over. This is actually an excellent balancing act, because I want to have fighters here. This is a prime location for fighters, because then I can trade Burma, I can dead zone Egypt, and I can trade here or Kazakh if I ever do have 1 or 2 infantry out that direction. But if I land all 4 fighters here, then that's probably a good fight for Germany. So you probably take couple of units over to Karelia. I don't know if I want to try and strafe that for 3 infantry, or if I want to actually try and take it. Either way, that pulls 4 units off or something like that. So the 11 tanks is going to become problematic for me. And is he missing a fighter? He's missing a fighter. Okay, so he just went after my cruiser and destroyer and just hit those with his planes and lost 1. Okay, cool. All right. Neat. I mean, those ships were useless. Whatever. That's nice. So I have to decide just how many fighters I want to leave behind. I might put this down for a second, come back to that. Okay, I did some rough math, and I feel like if I keep 2 behind, we should be safe for at least 1 more turn. Watch that turn out to be a gross miscalculation. 2 can go to Persia. Meanwhile, we've got an artillery, an infantry, another infantry, so we can match his 2s, and then we've got tank, plus 2 more tanks, plus 2 fighters. We'd have no problem smashing that if we wanted to, plus the bomber. And then he should be kind of out of position to hit India. If he does try to go for India, then he's going to kind of match me not have quite as many as I have ground units, and I'm going to get plenty of anti-air shots. So actually, I might take one more, two more infantry this way. Because right now, Germany just doesn't, they're not buying enough ground units. I'm no longer concerned about a cock stack right now, because Japanese planes are going to be out of position to make that happen. I feel pretty good right now. I don't think he's going to move to Caucasus next turn, especially since he's only feeding 5 units in, since he diverted 6 infantry up this way. It's, I don't feel like you can go for both Caucasus and Karelia at the same time. So we should be alright. What'd I screw up? What'd I forget about? Well, I'll find out as soon as I hit next phase. Put our industry there. Should be safe. And as stuff continues to just get crazier here in the Middle East, this is something that a lot of Axis players just don't seem to know how to deal with. But I've been having a lot of fun with it, if that's not obvious. So, fairly hard position right here. UK is not bothering spending any money on a fleet. USA should be able to overcome that, and so these fighters are just kind of parked over here, not doing a whole lot. And I should be better able to hold on to Africa. We'll see what Japan ends up doing. Really, I think the onus is on Japan to make some magic happen over in this part of the board. But I don't know, their turn 1 buy just doesn't seem like it's going to go too hot for that, but we'll find out. Okay, another day, another opportunity to screw things up. So we are on US round 2. What's happened? Where are we? We've got an industry in Manchuria. We've got Burma. Taking a little bit of China. Just taking a little bit of everything. Taking a little bit of Russia. And just basically jumping out and grabbing as much land as possible. That makes a lot of sense. That's very reasonable overall coming from Japan. So I got no argument against that, man. That's yeah, you live your truth, bruh. Meanwhile, I guess I need to figure out what I'm going to do. So, I think I said something about parking there makes sense. Maybe I should start leaving myself notes. Heh. That's what good players would do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no other carrier, but I have 2 fighters. Tempting to get another carrier. Let's do it! 3 transports can carry 6 guys. 1 more. Get a transport. Another couple of bros to put on it. I'm going to have another destroyer and battleship en route to join the fray, as it were. This may not be a safe place to park them, because 2 submarines and 2 bombers could reasonably do pretty well against just a battleship and a destroyer, in all honesty. So, but if I can afford 2 transports and the troops to ride on them, why shouldn't I buy 2 transports and the boys to ride on them, you know? Let's do that. Send it, bro. Anything good I can do? Not really. I don't have any ground troops yet. I think this is going to be another effective pass from the US. Just a lot of awkward shuffling. I mean, I could do strategic bombing or something like that, but he's not maxing out his production slots. If Germany's buying only infantry and they're using all 13 slots, then strategic bombing can actually have a little bit of use. Here, he's buying tanks and bombers and stuff anyway, so even if I don't get shot down, he doesn't even care. He's not even going to have to repair that damage until the very end of the game, so it's not, it's really not hurting him to do that. So I'm just not going to bother. We will park all our shiz up here on Greenland. And that may or may not be stupid, but yeah, I feel that 2 bombers and 2 subs can't take on this fleet. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. But there's one really goddamn good way to find out. And I'm getting 4 infantry, so this guy can honestly just hang out right here. These guys are useful because the US is going to have a multitude of aircraft that are hovering around here, and being able to have 1 infantry casualty in front of all those planes is going to be really useful later when I'm trying to retake a critical province. So I'm actually going to take 1 up here. I'm going to take 1 down here, so I can retake either Caucasus or India or West Russia or whatever, you know, some critical province that I need to be able to stack, that I'll be able to put US planes on. That'll be helpful. Put our bomber in the west too, just to prevent any other sort of shitty shenanigans. Should be alright. Life is good. Cool. Waste of a turn. But tell you what, you know, just having the possibility of 3 transports dropping here means either he's got to put his fighter somewhere else, or this motherfucker needs to start investing in ground units, you know? It's a simple truth. Because I can bring 6 ground units, 4 fighters, really 5 fighters, and a bomber. Because that fighter could, 1, 2, 3, land on a carrier. Tricksy. It's so tricksy. Russia. I haven't run the odds on West Russia. I assume I'm going to be good. I don't want to min-max it too hard, you know? He's buying tanks. I'm almost tempted to buy tanks myself, but so long as my production's not going over 8, I really... what's it matter? In this case, getting a couple extra artillery isn't necessarily a bad idea, and floating an extra IPC or 2 also isn't necessarily a bad thing. So the only real choice I had to make with Russia this turn was whether or not I want to try and discourage him from taking Karelia. In this case, you know, we could go for a strafe, where basically we take all our attacking pieces with minimal shield, and then we could eyeball the probabilities and say, okay, well, you're going to hit most likely, on average result, 2, 3.5. That's actually too many. You'd pull 1 or 2 tanks out. The idea being, oh, well, he hits 1 infantry, I might on average hit 3. But the dice can fuck you over, and then I lose all my tanks in a counterattack. That would be a little awkward. So if I'm going to attack Karelia this turn, because it's got 4 and not like 5 or 6, I think if I'm going to attack it, I really need to take it. And so I could do 2 infantry, 1 artillery, and 2 fighters. You know, on average, he's going to get 1 hit, maybe 2. I'm going to get 1, 2 hits. Honestly, I want to bring 2, 2 with the 2 fighters. Since I have this kind of influx of artillery, I mean, this is what artillery are for, is attacking. If I'm just constantly building a bigger and bigger stack of artillery trying to threaten Germany from attacking and just stack West Russia, then me getting artillery is a moot point, and I'd be better off just getting infantry. So the reason I got artillery is to be able to trade aggressively like this, and I think that's what I'm going to do. The game tells me I've got pretty good odds, so we should trust the computer, right? Now, I could also take this, but once again, I don't really feel like sacrificing 2 ground units to pull off 1. I just don't think the income's going to be worth it right this moment. In a couple turns, sure, when West Russia feels a little bit more unavailable. Shit dice. He's got shit dice too, so it doesn't matter. Mediocre and bad. Okay. Balances out. It balances out. I mean, to be fair, I did have quote-unquote strong odds, but still. It's nice when things go according to plan. As a certain popular character might say. He has overwhelming odds on that, and bombers and things that aren't going to be committed elsewhere, so long as he's able to bring multiple infantry and multiple planes, I don't really want to put anything up to impede him, just because I'm not slowing down his progress. At best, that infantry is going to get one die on the defense, whereas if he's somewhere like here, he may potentially be able to roll 2 or 3 times before actually taking a hit and going down. So the only places that I'm actually deliberately putting up infantry to obstruct, even here is kind of a questionable spot, would be things where he can blitz through with a tank, or things that are worth 2 income, if only just to not give him the freebie, force him to bring more than 1 ground unit if he does want to take that, so that we can start trading some things a little bit more heavily there. So otherwise, just put everything on West Russia. A lot of other games you might potentially think about migrating some infantry south, 1 infantry or 1 tank or something to set yourself up for a potential Caucasus retake. On this particular game, or sorry, not Caucasus, India, a potential India retake, this dude ain't going for India, at least not yet. I was anticipating that he would be going hardcore for India. That's what a lot of Japanese players do. This particular player doesn't seem to be particularly interested in building ground units at all. And honestly, I'm more inclined to think he's just going to drop 3 tanks every turn on Manchuria, which would work to my benefit. Tanks are generally fairly inefficient overall in the long game. They give you a power boost in the short term, but long term they're just not as good per credits for things like infantry and artillery mast. So I'm feeling still fairly confident in this game, even though it's only round 3, but I'm just looking at purchasing decisions. I feel like in the long run, I've got the more cost-effective composition, and over time, regardless of dice, that should start to benefit me. So here's a war report for round 3. Feel free to pause if you care, and we will move on. UK 3, sick as a dog, but the show must go on. This is ranked after all. Oh, Germany. More tanks. Of course, more tanks. Subs moved exactly to where I thought they would. And then 1 bomber potentially out of position. Still no Caucasus stack. I'm okay with that. Easy enough for UK to retake if I really want it. Although, ooh, nice. That is one hell of a fucking dead zone, so thank you for Africa, my friend. Yeah, I will have no trouble. Well, I say that now, watch the dice change their mind. But I don't think I'll have any trouble retaking Egypt, Caucasus, and Burma all in the same turn here, and trading back all of those provinces. So for starters, Egypt, whatchamacallit, pick up another tank, just in case things go sour and we need to catch up, and we'll get 1 more infantry. Over here, that's not really going to be arranged to do any exciting stuff anytime soon. Transport's probably going to see Zone 10? Wait a minute. Have you left me a golden opportunity? Do you not realize I have 4 fighters of my own in range? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 6 ground, you got 4 ground. Artillery means I got 2 2s, 2 1s, let's say that's another 2. The 3 beats a 2. 5 fighters, a bomber, cruiser shot. Tell you what, if that's not favored for me, that's that's pretty good. Okay, fine. I think US should hit Northwest Europe just in case that goes sour. Let's say anti-air hits 2, all his fighters hit, all mine miss, and it's a catastrophic loss and everything fucking sucks. So that I don't lose my fleet, UK can build a single blocking destroyer here. That's what we'll do. Meanwhile, anything move in here? Because, I mean, so long as he's trading infantry away at the same rate that he's reinforcing, his odds on West Russia are not improving. So let's try that. I'm just considering if I need to buy anything else here. I've got 5 ground queued, 3, 4, 5 slots. I could go a little bit less efficient, get, 2 more tanks if I really wanted to. But I think honestly pocketing a little bit of extra money is going to help me moving forward if I do end up wanting to, let's say, buy another industry somewhere, or actually get a fleet, a couple of transports or something like that. So let's do that. Straightforward UK turn, handful of trades. Can't do anything about that, but Russia's going to have no trouble retaking. Let's go 1, 2, 3. How many infantry you got? 3. He's really not going for India. So I'm okay moving my tanks out of position here. That's 6 ground units to your 5 ground units. My ground units are slightly better. And we'll kick it up a notch and do that. That gives me a bigger edge. I keep buying artillery specifically so I can trade them away. So let's roll with that, eh? 1, 2, 3. This cannot reach France. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It's tempting to just drop the infantry here, but I think I'm better off just going back to C-Zone 10. Give that a shot. Anything where it tells me I'm doing something stupid? Nope. Alright, that was below average, but dice balance out. Right. Right. He hits all 3, I swear to God. Okay. Lucky. I'll be holding on to all that Egypt income for the next 2 turns, thanks. That's assuming Japan even bothers trying to come in. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sometimes they just get that 1 out of 9 shot. Slightly better than 10% chance of that happening. Otherwise, trades are fair. You win some, you lose some. Such is the nature. So seeing as Burma's open, that means he can blitz a tank through, and he can actually bring 2 extra ground units than he normally would. So actually, India's not safe. Now, what I can do is mostly stack back here, and so pile up my ground units here, such that if he decides that he's going to bring 2 transports full of bros to India to try to support that, 1, he's pulling his transports way out of position and messing up his logistics, but 2, he can't hold it for more than a turn. Well, he just can't hold it, period. Bomber being here is going to discourage him from like leaving a lone transport here or some other stupid place. Need to decide if I want to do anything with these ships. That's not a great location. Even on offense, if he has a battleship and a destroyer together, his investing in 2 additional destroyers is a little bit of a detractor here. So, given that Japan does have 2 destroyers on the field right now, 1 submarine really isn't going to be any threat, nor is it going to be any help in the Atlantic. So I think we will keep it floating around as just kind of an inconvenience for him, so that if he does kind of forget about it, then we can just kind of roam in and snipe some transports off. Even 1 would be a win for me. Cruiser, if I move south path, 1, 2, 3, north path, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It is ever so slightly faster to sail all the way around the Cape of Good Hope rather than through the Panama Canal. That's what the logistics of the Panama Canal are these days. They're just garbage, don't you know? Put our fighters back. And then we'll keep the UK fighters here, just in case. I don't want to do the math, but then again, I don't want to not do the math. We'll keep as many fighters there as we can spare. Attempting to bring this infantry over so that I have the freedom to transport either 2 infantry or 1 tank, so that I can still use that tank later if need be. Although the option of using UK to reclaim Alaska is still mildly attractive, so I'll leave him there, just in case. I like threatening Alaska, because, I mean, these guys are going to be ultimately useless one way or the other right now. Cool. I did leave 1 extra infantry behind in India. And that was mostly just so that the, if he does decide to attack, 1 tank, 1 infantry, and a handful of air is actually a decent assault force that if he does want to come after it, that he really needs to bring a transport if it's going to be a good attack. I want to be able to pull that transport out of position. My blocking destroyer, that's going to prevent his subs from doing anything. If I blow the shit out of his aircraft on US turn, that's going to be pretty sweet. So here is the board position we're left with in the southeast, and then mainland Europe. Axis still have a pretty good attack power lead, but honestly, buying attacking pieces like tanks is also going to artificially inflate your attack power a little bit. So 79 to 96, this is at the end of my turn. 89, and it's still almost a 20 attack power lead. So this is still a reasonably balanced game overall. I wouldn't say that I'm very far ahead, but nor would I say I'm very far behind, because the offset to that attack power lead is going to be this national production. Axis right now are around 79. Once they hit 80, if they can be in excess of 85 or really 90, once Axis hits 90, they feel pretty comfortable for the rest of the game. That's about the point where your incomes start to equal out. But if he's sitting at 79 right now and collecting 50, 60, 70, 80, little less than 90, and I'm sitting at 68, 78, 98, my income is still marginally higher. And for the moment, my income is going to stay higher as I start to reclaim these territories and he's unable to take them back. So for instance, this turn, Russia's sure as fuck going to take this and this. because then and I might even blitz a tank through to Baltic states, because then Russia's going to be able to claim all of this, and Germany's not going to have any way to get it back. Not having any infantry on Baltic states is, in my opinion, a blunder on Germany's part, because I'll put a Russian tank here, Russian infantry, artillery, and a fighter here, 2 infantry, artillery, fighter here, back it up with whatever I need to, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and with all his planes neutered, he shouldn't have an attack into West Russia anymore. So I'm going to feel fairly comfortable just kind of taking what I can over there and just locking down a whole bunch of extra income. But who knows? I might have the math completely wrong and me pulling 4 units off of West Russia and then only reinforcing with 7. That difference in pieces may be ever so slightly enough for him to come jack me up, but we'll see. We shall see very shortly. Another day, another opportunity to regret my former decisions. Oh, that's never a good sign. Looking like I've almost lost this game. What else? Oh. Okay, so he did take a transport to India. Did he not lose a single thing? Yeah, yeah. Lost a fighter. Okay, yeah, I like it when he loses fighters. He pulled 1 transport out of position. I'm set up for a pretty decent counterattack, so I shouldn't have too much trouble there. I'm going to have at least 2 more tanks coming back. He does not have any transports in position to push past India, so he's not going to be able to start working on Africa. U.S. doesn't really have enough fighters. I don't really want U.S. to get in there, but U.S. may or may not. No, 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 no. We have a plan with U.S. Remember these notes. Notes. They serve a purpose, man. Okay, so U.S. It's U.S.'s turn. UK is going to keep trading India, keep building stuff, and Japan's going to go all out on that, and Russia should probably divert whatever it can to help out, depending on what horrible catastrophes go wrong here. United States is going to lose fighters this turn. That much is guaranteed. We're going to have 3 empty transports sitting right here, so we can support 6 ground units at least. So, I can build 6 infantry. And then there's this small problem, which it is a small problem, but it is a problem. And having 3 ground units should keep me relatively safe from that. I mean, yes, I do have an infantry and a tank that can come from the United Kingdom. That may or may not be good enough, hard to say. But there's one really good way to find out. And then I want to build more than 1 fighter, but the honest truth is we just need more ground units. If this goes well, then we should be all right. I haven't actually run the odds on this. I'm just kind of making the assumption that it's a good fight for me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit, do I not have 2 carriers that can reach that? No! Huh. Is that a deal breaker? Does that mean I'm fucked? Well, he's taking the bomber off after the infantry. I don't know his defense profile. I don't know if he's pulling off anti-air guns first. I feel like we should still go for it. You know? Poor odds, allegedly, but then again, amphibious assaults, the computer rarely gives you an accurate prediction. If I add a cruiser, does it look any better? Actually, yeah. So when the computer says it's unlikely, that generally means it's better than 50%. Honestly, I shouldn't be making decisions like that, but this is going to be a higher risk play, especially now that I have to pull the fighter out. But the opportunity cost is I take down almost the entire German Air Force, which is going to massively limit their ability to efficiently trade, and it's going to hamstring their ability to attack West Russia. And so my defensive position against Germany is going to be completely solidified. Their position is going to start to collapse. I'll be able to free up all my transport logistics and move them anywhere without any regard to where they're going. Life in general is just going to be so much easier if I do clear that. That's going to be a real pain in the petit for Germany if that goes well. Meanwhile, if I get burned, then I'm just fucked. But, you know, I throw games all the time. This is what I do, man. This is my element. The alternative, if I didn't want to do this attack, what I would do instead is take these two fighters, put them on West Russia, stack that up pretty tall, take the transports, drop Karelia. I would blitz a Russian tank through to Finland, and then I could sacrifice 2 Russian tanks to make sure he can't retake Karelia on his turn, and then I have an immediate foothold, extra industry, taking away 2, 3 IPCs from Germany pretty much permanently, which turns into 5, which is going to compound very quickly. But my own transports get out of position, and I've already solidified my purchase, so there is that little problem. I kind of like the idea of just going for it. So let's stick with this and regret my decisions later. Anything else that can reach there? Am I forgetting something? Probably. All right, fingers crossed. Perfect. Perfect. Very nice. Okay, that's outstanding. That is... Okay, he's taking bomber before fighters. And I could not have asked for better dice. That was a high-risk move that has paid dividends already. If he hits all 3, I'm only losing ground units. Life is good. Ooh! 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 He hit all 3. Yeah, he did hit all 3. Whatever. Holy shit, man! Oof! Oof, that hurts. Someone read the odds. See if that was actually a high-risk fighter if I was just making much ado about nothing. Wow! That was satisfying. This is why I keep playing this game even though I lose all the time. So we'll do this. And I predict he's going to move to Hawaii next turn. That's usually a good move. I mean, honestly, attacking Alaska isn't that great, but it's a decent stepping stone to Hawaii. So UK is going to go for it anyway. 2 2s versus a 1 and a 3. The 1 and the 3, in my opinion, is ever so slightly better just because it's got same attack power, but if you lose 1, then you actually have 1 more. But, I mean, honestly, that's roughly coin flip for UK to take that. So ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that was brutal. That was just brutal. And not only that, he can't hit my fleet. And I've got 2 fucking destroyers just waiting for his submarines. There's no way that he can be cost effective now. That is going to be tilting for Germany, for our poor Axis player. But then again, this is why you buy infantry as Germany, is because you really can't stack all the things. You can't feed in a steady stream of infantry great enough to overcome Russia, while simultaneously having a stack of planes that's protected from landing, unless you're going to build only infantry for a while. And he didn't do that. So I feel like, once again, I can pin that luck. The reason I had a chance in the first place is because of his leaning towards attacking pieces. I have to ensure that I take Kazakh back. And honestly, that makes Russia's turn a little hairier. Let's just add the one infantry that we can, you know. Yeah, UK gets to go again, but UK, they... Did I actually take anything from India? Yeah, I took one fighter, which means the anti-air gun got a hit, and four twos all missed. Hopefully I can just tie him down here. What's he buying? Another industry. It's to me, that's premature. I mean, yes, it's good for Japan to have two industries on the mainland, but I mean, you technically just captured one. But then there's the complication of, okay, well, you're putting 3 ground units here. You have 1, 2, 3 transports. You can afford to shuttle. You can build and shuttle 8 more or 8 more ground units worth of stuff every single turn. And a transport costs less than half of what an industry costs. So for the same price as one industry, he can have 2 transports, double the production that this industry has that he's bought. Um, and be funneling in twice as many troops for the same IPC cost. So that's just, in my opinion, it's suboptimal to purchase industries as Japan before you can really afford to start maxing out your production. Now, once you can't place enough and you're lacking on production slots, that's when you want to start buying industries up. I left the carrier behind so I could place the fighter one more space forward. It's probably going to turn out to be a terrible idea, but we did it anyway. Such is the nature of my decisions. Oh, 3 units may not be enough. Because if he hits the battleship, then it's literally a 50-50 coin flip. But I will have 1 infantry and 1 fighter that I could come in with. I don't know. I don't want to play it too safe. Because I could put 1 more infantry there and substantially improve my odds. And you know what? I'll have an anti-air gun to ferry. So one more infantry on the west coast stops in its tracks one of the main ways that I can lose this game right now. And because if he takes Western US and I find myself unable to retake it, that's game. If only because of victory cities. But yeah, cool. So we'll do that. And I'll still be able to load up my transports with the anti-air gun. Cool. Russia 4, defeat is near! I'm well aware, motherfucker. All his Japanese planes are out of position now. He's got no ground support. I think we keep going artillery heavy. Because I think right now that 4 planes and a bomber are gone, let's trash this note. Now that 4 fighters and a bomber are gone, dude, you can't beat me in West Russia now. I don't have to reinforce that with everything that I have anymore. So I think we do this. Oh, shoot, I can't blitz the tank through. Oh, well. Just spreading the love. Yeah, I could take 2 infantry, 2 artillery, and that's probably decent odds there. Infantry and artillery is decent odds against a lone infantry. 2 fighters should probably come down here. Let's be real with ourselves for a minute. And, you know, why am I buying all these artillery if I'm not going to use them? Plus, since he's got all his Japanese infantry right here, that means that there's not a whole lot of follow-up. Like, there's no stack of tanks. There's not 8 infantry extra sitting right behind this. He's got no stream of ground units. He's pulled a lot of his stuff and diverted it down towards a dead zone territory. Um, so it'll be interesting to see if UK's production can keep up with that. My previous experience tells me, yeah, no problem. But we'll have to find out. I will want to end this turn with at least one Russian tank in Persia, if only to give me the option of retaking India not on UK's turn, so that I can plop 3 more infantry down prior to Japan going again. I could also send, depending on how weak I want to leave West Russia, I could also send 2 tanks, 2 infantry, crush this. That's going to pull up to 3 IPCs away from Japan because they won't be able to readily retake because, once again, all their planes are out of position. And they don't have a follow-up stack. And they don't have a follow-up stack. So I'm actually very tempted to go all out on the aggression here. The thing I need to worry about is if this fight is even close, he's going to go for it. Because he may look at that and be like, oh fuck, I got a Hail Mary now. And even if he's got a 30% fight, like that's 30% of knocking out everything that Russia has going on its defense. So I'm going to have 23 twos versus his 15 ones, mostly ones. He actually has very low quantity of artillery. But he's got 14 threes. So just, quick mental math. 23 times 2 is 6. God, don't do math on stream. Never do that. So 46, we'll say 75 on 10. Or 75 on 30. Would be the attack power over units. Meanwhile, he's going to have roughly even attack power, roughly even unit count, offset by the fact that, let's say this goes more than one roll, he's losing ones, I'm losing twos. So that's looking like he's got greater than 50% just from rough mental math there. So as much as I really want to overcommit here, I think having that extra 6 attack power and those extra 2 hit points is going to be important to be sure I don't completely fumble this turn. And I don't think I can afford to ignore Kazakh. So we'll have to see what Germany does next turn. I'm assuming he's going to have to pull at least some infantry back. He may even invest in planes or something else. But if he continues with the whole tanks thing, I mean, the fact that he has been purchasing mostly tanks means he does kind of have an artificially higher attack power now than he otherwise would. So I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna keep the tank back for fear that I'm throwing the game there by being too aggressive. Could I take one fewer thing into Karelia? Potentially, but if he keeps the industry, that's going to be a big thorn. Go with it. Too late to change my mind now. You guys are pathetic. Let's keep going for it. I mean, well then. Well then. Well then. That sucked. I think infantry artillery versus 1 infantry is an 80%, 85%, somewhere around there. Which means this one's going to be 2 hits and 2 misses. Something along those lines. And then Gambler's Fallacy says this should also go really well for me. Yes. Cool. So that's unfortunate, but the fact that he really doesn't have a whole lot of planes left means that if he wants to comfortably retake Karelia, well, he has to spend tanks to do it. And I can very cost efficiently counter tanks. If I leave 2 infantry right here, does Japan have any air that can comfortably reach that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Land a plane there. I'd sacrifice a couple Russian tanks just to kill Japanese bomber off for the hell of it. 1, 2, 3. So leaving 2 infantry here might actually be a decent decision. You know, shorts Japan 1 more income. I think we should take everything else we can down. I kind of want to drop 1 tank. Shit, what I should have done is take that fighter to Belarusia, and since I knew I wanted to take a tank anyway, put that in the Kazakh. But alas, hindsight's 2020, ain't it? Ain't that a bitch? And does having him in Persia help me any more than having him in Kazakh? Actually, having him in Kazakh is the superior position, because I ain't going to Africa, but he could very well go up. Huh, there's an idea. What if I make these red? Take a tank, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It'd take 3 turns, so I'm giving Germany, ooh, 2, 4, 6. I'm giving Germany 2 extra infantry for the sake of giving money to Russia in lieu of UK. But I could do that. That might be, it'd be entertaining just to have those be red territories. But I need that tank in Europe. He's got nothing that can reach Moscow. So we are super safe again. We're sacrificing tons of artillery on the front line, but once again, my goal is not to build some super giant doom stack that's going to be able to kill Germany, because Germany makes nearly double what Russia does any given turn. Oh, attack power advantage. Oof. Oh my, yes, this is now officially a shitty position for Axis. Depending on how the dice go down here, assuming things are fairly favorable, and assuming he doesn't do a Hail Mary and get it on West Russia, we should be okay. This should be a reasonably safe, reasonably comfortable game. We took he left us an opportunity, and we seized it, and it paid off over there in northwestern Europe. Japan's a little slow taking income because they've really under-purchased transports and over-purchased industries. Haven't really been building ground units. So we'll have to see. To be continued. And what are we working with today? A fighter! That actually makes me happy. Maybe it shouldn't, but it does. Any time that when Germany is already lacking for ground units and that's stalling its advance, that they're continuing to make inefficient purchases. I mean, ultimately the fighter's going to help, because when you're down to 2 planes, you really need something if you're going to continue trading anything at all. Artillery's arguably a good decision. Infantry, very good. We've got threw his 2 subs against my destroyer. That means USA clears up the subs, no issue. Life is good. And Caucasus. Took that. And took Northwest Europe. No trouble there. So what do we want to do? We want to retake India. And while I'd like to take Caucasus as well, that's probably not going to happen. I want to retake India with as few pieces as possible. So I'd like to leave one infantry behind and have a tank and an artillery that can come in next round, because we're going to be trading India back and forth a little bit here. These UK fighters might actually be ready to come off because Germany's got no reinforcements. The stream's dry. No one else is coming. What you see is what you get now. And he's losing an extra 2 infantry, and I'm getting an extra 5 to 7 every turn, and the Japanese pressure is mostly relinquished. Meanwhile, Russia's income is going to continue expanding here, so life is good. I'm going to allocate these IPCs to Russia. I'm not going to bother landing that with USA. Meanwhile, what does USA want to do? I do have 3 transports. I could retake Iceland, but I kind of just want to swap these back and forth. And I could take this as well. Start up a Mediterranean shuck. Since he's got a really weak air force now, coming in through the south side is actually really viable and arguably something I should be doing. Meanwhile, should I be getting another industry, or should, well, he's got a weak air force, so I feel like picking up an Atlantic fleet might be time for that. Rather than pump out my own fighters, start ferrying, or at least prepare to ferry my own ground around and threaten to take Berlin. Whether or not I can, just threaten to do it. If I get 2 transports, then there's no way I can actually build enough ground units to fill all the transports that I have. So I can get 1, fill up the 1, 2, actually, no, that's already good, because I've got 4 ground units there already. So 2 transports, 4 ground units, then I only need to get 2 more. Whoa! And then I can fill all 3 transports next turn. So actually that's not that bad. Meanwhile, I don't necessarily want to sacrifice a tank if I don't have to, so I'll get another infantry, just so that I have a couple more options as far as what exactly I'm carrying around. And this infantry isn't going to ride on this transport, so I actually need 1 more if I'm going to fill everything out. Or, no. This tank isn't going to ride on this transport, because I was thinking I'm attacking Alaska, infantry can't go there, tanks gotta go there. One of those pieces. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Well, you know what I mean. So we'll do that. So we'll go for Alaska. Probably going to fail. But even if I pull 1 piece, he might potentially fumble Alaska. And then I'll put or Hawaii. I'll put my cruiser there as well, just so that he doesn't get a bombardment shot and just to piss him off. 1 battleship versus a sub and a cruiser actually isn't all that great odds for him. So I'm going to put my sub and cruiser on defense on Hawaii and see if I can't whittle him down 1 ground unit there. Meanwhile, this infantry can go somewhere. Let's pull an artillery and just take France. Get some free money, right? UK needs some free money. Take the free money. Was tempted to give it to Russia, but, you know, you can't always get what you want. Man, that feels like it should be enough planes, right? Game thinks it's strong. But I really want 1 more ground unit in there. Just in case, you know, he gets 3 hits and I'm like, fuck, now I gotta lose a plane? That would suck. And because I've got 2 planes rolling 1 and 2 planes moving 3, I can actually land 2 sets of planes in the exact same location, so I'm not actually costing West Russia any garrison to make this happen. Nice. He got a hit, but I had a hit to take. This is the one that I kind of want to get lucky on. Not great. Not great. Miss? Oh, he got me. He got me. It's basically a coin flip. You know, I can't be bitter about losing that, but costing him 1 unit is going to complicate his life a little bit when we get into Japan's next turn. Ooh! Ooh, that was bad. It's okay. It's okay. We're okay. False alarm. Ooh! Oh! Oh, it gets worse. Okay. Okay, didn't have to lose any fighters. Sweet Jesus, that had me nervous there. You miss that many threes at the same time, you start getting real sweaty. Only take two back here, pull these tanks back, and they will park right there on Persia. I've got an extra infantry held back in reserve, so oh, if he can bring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 ground units, 4, 5 airplanes. There's no way he can hold India again next turn. Garrison that. We'll make sure my defense profile does not have sub-submerge. And I've got the hiccups now, so that's beautiful. And USA is going to take Northwest Europe. Well, actually, I don't really need a whole bunch of ships to protect this. Germany's lost its air force, so we're relatively safe, all in all. And the extra tank is as a just in case some kind of shit goes down, you need that 1 extra ground unit. You know, in hindsight, since I've already got enough, comfortably enough, I should have gotten the infantry so that I could still have 1 more fodder infantry in the following turn. But you know what? Tanks are better than infantry. I'll justify it by saying I can afford it. He can't. That'll be my rich person argument. That also means now he can't take Western U.S. Virtually impossible. I say that, watch him take it. Cool. Easy turn. And good money now. Now that I'm trading France, UK is going to be fairly wealthy, and I can start affording more air units and or industries. I would love to see another industry, maybe in Egypt. I know that it's a really stupid thing to want, but it's what I want. Especially since USA can transition into a Mediterranean shock. If USA has got transports floating around between 13 and 15, then it's really not too much of a stretch to suggest that US is going to ensure the safety of United Kingdom industries here. And unless Japan can hit 2 or more industries on the same turn, this is just going to be a big production hub, and Japan's not going to be able to overcome it. I think, as I was saying on turn 1, really what you'd want to do, how you'd want to approach this nut as Japan, is to get as many ground units as possible and put pressure on Russia and hit this from the back and just dive in, carve that in half. India will collapse because you can't continue the take-retake cycle. And then it's just not convenient to keep producing these. Just the fact that if you stack up in front, and I've got a steady stream of extra things coming in to retake India all the time with a large standing air force, that's really the kicker. That's what's interfering with his plan right here. And I feel that Japan just hasn't been as efficient in its purchasing decisions as it could have been. So, but it's got 2 mainland industries now, so honestly, it's going to be gearing up pretty quick. I'm just hoping, fingers crossed, that it's not going to be quick enough to do anything about saving Germany. Because Germany's already starting to lose ground, and given that no reinforcements are coming, they're probably going to be losing it a little bit quicker. Anyway, US 4. Tanks. More destroy. Why are you getting destroyers? What are you doing? 1, 2. You have 3 destroyers now. That's plenty of destroyer. Okay. Infantry, another transport. So okay, just kind of building a little bit of everything. Dump all the ground units. Interesting. Starting strategic bombing on Russia and taking India. Now, I should have plenty of stuff for UK to retake that. The question is, what about next turn? Because he does have 1 transport in range that could reach that again. So I guess I could build another infantry tank to just keep retaking India and be a douche that way. Looks like he forgot to unload 1 transport. Because an artillery kind of... That's the artillery he brought from Alaska, so he brought it down, retreated. So I guess I'll just take Alaska back. Thanks, bro. Cool. Sometimes it's tempting to just build a couple of submarines or something as a troll, but Japan's building destroyers. I don't know if that makes any sense for me. And what an unusual place for you. So he's landing the bomber here. So he's just committing his Japanese bomber to frontal ground support. That's interesting. Not necessarily a bad idea, but interesting nonetheless. So, we'll have 3 transports. Now, we could split up. We could take 2 infantry here, 2 infantry here, 2 infantry here, and kind of take all the everything that's available. But I do like the idea of kind of opening up the Mediterranean a little bit and trying to crack that nut just a touch. So if I do drop off 2 with the intent of carrying 2 transports over, I can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's still keep a fighter. What if we do something stupid like that? How stupid is this? You know, it gives me a few options. Get another transport in the mix. Get another fighter in the mix. Why would I want to have a plan for my turn before committing and doing everything? So I know for sure that I want to do this. And I know for sure that I want to take at least 2 infantry here, but I'm thinking about 4. I also know... a little tough with the mouse there. So we can do a cruiser here. Battleship I'll bring down south. I can reinforce this for pushing through. I don't want to start trading these infantry away if I don't have to. He's got no ground units that can hit that, so Russia can honestly take its tanks and hit that pretty comfortably. Russia's not able to hit India. Japan dumped all of its ground units on India, which I personally don't think is a great decision. It's 7 ground units. I've got 3, 4, 5 ground units plus 4 fighters plus a bomber that can hit that with UK. So I consider that relatively dead zoned. But we'll have to see, I suppose. 1 destroyer is not going to be enough to cut it there. I want to take my planes. Since I do have the cruiser shot. And let's take the bomber over there too. Get all those fighters in. 2, 3, 4. They can end their turn over here if they want, or conversely, I could have this carrier handle one of them. We'll see. My goal here is just to kill both subs in one roll. Meanwhile, I've got this, which is uncommitted, and I'm kind of torn. I want to go everywhere at once, but I don't have enough. You know, it's round 4. I haven't bought enough transports. I haven't built enough infantry. I don't feel like I have enough air to adequately support all these places and escort all these carriers and defend West Russia all at the same time. So, hmm. 1, 2, 3. Because the other concern is spreading my fleet too thin. If I do park him up here, someone's got to come with him. So I think we just commit to the bit and we go full Mediterranean for right now. And we'll just have to see in a bit how that pans out. Now that I do have multiple fighters, carriers, everything around, I'm tempted to swap the fighters out. You know, 2 came, just 1. This can land back while these would be able to come over. We do a fighter trade. Yeah. Take him against Northwest Europe. 'Tis what we need. Cool. Now we find out why that was a terrible move, right? Okay, not a great start, but decide to make up for mine. They balance. All according to plan. And the 2 subs are trashed, losing only 1 destroyer. The UK destroyer that was already there. So, where are Japan's fighters? Would it make sense for Russia to pivot the stack to Caucasus? It's worth more, and it's an industry. I could start building on the front. I would have my tanks in range. I think next turn, we gotta think about pivoting Russia over here. Especially since we've reached the point where UK fighters aren't necessarily needed every second of every day to keep Germany from steamrolling me. So then we can come in. We got 3 transports in need of a good hard filling. It's got nothing south side. So these will dead zone Alaska, and they can move over if they're needed. We'll get the battleship down there with a destroyer. I've got 1 carrier over there already. It's 2 fighters. I think I can just take all 4 of these and land on West Russia for now. I want to have overwhelming air power right here. But then I also want to be able to hit Italy with 4 fighters if I'm able. So there's that trade-off. So, Okay. I will land my fighters. Oh! Yeah, I'm silly. What I probably should have done is plant 6 infantry right here and land on my fighters on it. And actually, how many transports do I have for UK? 3 transports? If Germany's tanks stay here this turn, then he's not going to be able to keep me out of France. And so UK might want to stack France. Since his air power's shot, that's a potential opportunity there. And so the butterfly effect continues rippling down. And we'll slide this destroyer down too. I've got a cruiser, carrier, 2 fighters. If he goes after that with 2 planes, God bless him. This is probably still in a good spot. This is probably still in a good spot. For now. Cool. Ideally, with a typical game, you'd have a shitload more US transports here. At least 8 transports, pumping out equal amounts of ground units. So I'm going really air heavy with the United States, and I built more escort ships than you might typically get. I think I've bought 2 carriers. So this is not necessarily optimal US play, but I can and it feels good, so whatever. Meanwhile, this is problematic. This is a pain in the ass. Oh well. I think Russia just keeps getting as many heads as possible. I don't... Not seeing the trade-off there. Yeah, me. So I could take the tanks through. Just to be annoying. What would happen if I did that number? Because I feel like I can afford to be just a little bit over-aggressive now with Russia, especially since he ain't got no tanks, man. Take a little bit of everything. And then I might leave this empty. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, his bomber can hit Kazakh, no problem. So I think I come in with these. Oof. That doesn't feel like enough. I feel like I need 1 more. 2 infantry, 2 artillery versus 2 infantry. That's got to be a good trade, right? And then here's hoping I'm leaving enough on West Russia. I feel like 6 more, 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, 33-ish. 17-ish. So still roughly equal unit count, probably going to be roughly equal attack power. I don't think the situation's changed too much. If these rolls go okay for me. And plus, he's going to be, if he does hit West Russia, then he truly is going all into West Russia. And he's ignoring a lot of other things that he could be hitting and potentially leaving himself open elsewhere. So let's see how that pans out. This is the collapse of Germany. Nice seeing a little bit of green back in Asia. Nice. Would it be wise for me to retreat here? He's got no ground units in range, right? Is there a problem with my tanks being here instead of one space closer? Because I could have 3 tanks sitting here or 3 tanks sitting here. This location can't go to Kazakh, or sorry, Caucasus. And hitting this does prevent him from sliding that infantry up into any of these other locations. So I think I take the cash. I think I take the cash, deny him that. Decent dice. Less decent, but his are bad enough that it even play. I like to think I had overwhelming force in that particular battle. He's going to really want to take that. I mean, anytime you see a Russian tank that you can kill, oh man, Germany salivates at that. This is not the first time that I've failed this exact fight. This is not the first time that I've failed this exact fight in this game. That's probably the same dude. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. At least that one went well. It's probably an overinvestment on my part in ground, but the fact that he's lacking air means I feel a little bit better, honestly, about over-investing my troops. And I'm okay leaving this unoccupied, I think. Nah, well, I can place 1 infantry there. Because I am just that fucking cool, man. So let's do that. When Russia's income ties Germany's, even on Russia's turn, that's concerning. It's not a good day. Because now if Germany wants to come back, what he wants to do is trade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different territories while simultaneously trying not to lose another 2. So there are 7 different territories in hot contest right now, and you only got 3 fighters, or 3 airplanes. So Germany is going to be hemorrhaging units, because they can't build enough troops to reliably trade all that, and they don't have the air to do it efficiently. So this is going very smoothly, and this could be better for me. I gotta think about what I would do a little bit different overall in this game. I think probably build more transports with the USA. I think I was a little overly cautious with where I was putting my stuff and how many destroyers I built. I mean, for Christ's sake, you only had 2 subs. But then again, he did have a successful 5-1. So, I mean, he did take out the UK destroyer as well. And he had decent results in C-Zone 7. He had a sub left over, despite only taking 5. So maybe the overreaction is a little bit justified, just given Germany's pretty good round 1 dice. I don't think he had anything go really wrong here. Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been a big battle going on here anywhere on the map. So this is not a game that I think you could pin on dice, positive or negative, whether little battles or big ones. It just hasn't been enough dice rolled. But if he does go for West Russia, then things will get very interesting. But we'll have to find out. He's got to be careful with how much he's going to trade, because I know you want Caucasus, I know you want to take this, I know you want to take this, and I know you want to divert things away so I can't blitz through Belarusia, but how many infantry are you going to pull off before Russia just attacks you? You know, we shall see. Good morning! It is UK round 5, and the joy of asynchronous gameplay is I have no idea what has been happening. Okay, wow. Wow. That's different. So he's got no follow-up, but that's concerning. We've got a naked Japanese bomber. Hmm. Hmm. This is where a Finland shuck would have been nice, because right now would be a prime opportunity to just go all in, drop Berlin, and just take the game, because he's got no defending fighters, and his tanks are out of range to retake. Um, but I'm not doing that, because I'm bad. But I can take all 4 of these territories without any trouble. What are these? Stack France? Actually, I could put 6 infantry plus 5 more infantry and have 11-ish twos and a couple of fighters, or 4 fighters, and he would have 11, 12, 13, 14 twos and 1 fighter. Stacking France might be a good idea, especially since it looks like he just fucked my shit up. What happened? What happened? Well, Germany won, took the territory, destroyed 22 infantry, 2 anti-air artillery, 1 bomber, 6 artillery, 6 fighters. They lost 1 fighter, 13 infantry. Wonder why he took his fighter off. 6 artillery, and lost 5 tanks. He did have a lot of tanks, so I'm going to assume that he didn't have very good odds and just got really fucking lucky. I was kind of ballparking that in my head as like maybe 30% at best, but sometimes you got to make higher risk plays. He was definitely in a position where if he didn't do something like that, he loses. So I can't really fault him, and it's not really my fault or his fault if someone gets lucky. What I can try to do, though, is fuck the shit out of that bomber and try to take India back, if only to keep slowing Japan down and keep them trying to ferry and shuffle and try to get back in this game. So we're going to go another infantry, another tank, another 6 units that we can load these transports with, and another fighter. UK's Air Force has been depleted. I had 2 UK fighters there, and you know what, if I hadn't... Wait, no. I might be mixing up games. I have no idea what has happened this game. That's once again the joy of asynchronous gameplay. So, hmm, hmm. I need a plan. I need one fast. So, let's... I got no pieces to move. What's it fucking matter, right? So, let's do... Since I've lost 2 fighters, I think I really need to go all in on India. Is that even still viable with 2 fewer fighters? Huh. Huh, that really fucks my plans up there, doesn't it? I really don't want Japan to have that bomber. Yummy. I really don't want Japan to have that bomber. Russia would be able to attack this with 5, 6 infantry, 3 artillery, and 3 tanks, which is still a battle in favor of Germany, but I could do 1 or 2 rolls, and if I get lucky, his entire advance is crippled, and Russia's under no immediate pressure. Because I get to place 7 infantry or 6 infantry and artillery or something next turn. Or actually, no, I've got 26 remaining. So actually, I get to place 8 pieces, no problem, next turn. So, yeah, 2, and then I have 24 left to spend, assuming that bomber goes down. So I do really need to kill that bomber, huh? Fuck. Fuck. 7 versus 7. He's got all 2s. I've got 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4. So my stuff is nominally better. He's likely to get 2, maybe 3 hits on the first roll. That's on my ground units, man. That's losing all those fighters. That really puts me on the back foot. Huh. But I'm likely to get 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 hits on my first roll. So even if I only take 1 roll, I should come out a little ahead on the average result. So I think I should go for it, if only as a strafe, and then retreat back to Persia, place another infantry, and maybe I'll get lucky a second time. But this position opens up so many options for him, because now, if he has all this, he can take my next industry, he can take my other industry, because he has 2 transports, and he can take Egypt. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can just rape me up the ass. Being unable to retake this by having those 3 extra pieces in play is not groovy for me. So I think I've got to still go for it. And taking that bomber out of play is going to be necessary for stopping strategic bombing, imploding Germany's line faster because Russia's not going to have the dudes to send forwards. And he's not going to have any tanks to come after it, hopefully. He'd have to fall back with his tanks to reclaim his own territory. An alternative to stacking France will be going Baltic states, but I've got no fighters. I got no air force, so I can't do things like that anymore. I got no attacking pieces. So that's 5 1s and a 3. Not exactly a stellar offensive tactic. Pray for rain, lads. Pray for rain. Okay, here we go. Kind of upset that he missed, because Gambler's Fallacy says now bomber's going to hit. Aha, I rolled your one for you. Whew, whew, whew. Adrenaline running high. Right now, I come out a little bit ahead. Average result for him is he hits 1 1/3 pieces. Average result for me is I hit 2 3/4, or 2 2/3, whatever. So if I get a little lucky, I wipe him out. I retake India. If I get a little unlucky, my entire position in the Middle East collapses. So if we can say this game is going to come down to one critical battle, sure as fuck ain't this one. It's that one, god damn it. But shoot. This is me taking a higher risk to try and clean up an unfavorable position. Let's do it. I didn't get as lucky as I wanted to be, but he didn't burn me, so we're okay. Carry on. Here's hoping I don't have to take off a fighter, because I really have to take this industry from him to retain my position. Yes! 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 Such feelings of power, of grandeur. I am invincible. So, let's suppose, hypothetically, Russia does an all-in and tries to take West Russia. Let's suppose, hypothetically, that goes fucking catastrophic. These fighters need to be back here. Now, if Russia manages to survive their next turn without losing their capital, then that would be Germany's turn gone. Germany does not have any follow-up. UK's fighters will be free to return, counterattack India, and come back. So this isn't necessarily moving them out of position to continue striking the Middle East. So I don't think this game is lost, but I no longer feel this game is won. What's that other note? We are not doing a stack pivot to Caucasus, and I think stacking France is the proper decision here. We'll take 4 fighters and 2 infantry, and we'll pull as many pieces off of Italy as we can. Ideally all 3. Then we'll take 3 transports full of bros and an anti-air, drop all that shit on France, and say, come at me. Russia is going to capture that just to be annoying, try and spread its stuff out, gather as much income as possible, hit that as hard as it can with 1 roll, maybe 2 if I get lucky. I'm not expecting to get lucky. Actually, why? Why bother? Wouldn't I be better off just stacking 8 pieces on Russia and saying, come at me? Because once again, he has no follow-up. He's got nothing. I mean, yeah, it would be nice to take that, but, and they are naked tanks. I always feel compelled to attack naked tanks. But, infantry sure as fuck are a lot better when they're defending, and especially when there's 8 more of them. So really, maybe I move that over, move one of these infantry over, block the blitz, stack my tanks, 8 extra infantry, and the 2 now defending fighters on Moscow, and just wait for them to come. And even with that, my income's going to stay pretty good. Japan is going to take 2 IPCs from me this turn. They've got 2 tanks in range of Kazakh. Japan's going to take Kazakh, and they're probably going to put the infantry and both tanks there. They're probably going to take, well, and they're going to take 2 infantry on this transport, as well as the 2 fighters, and hit India. They got 2 fighters here as well. So they're going to retake India. That's just something Japan wants to do. They don't care how many transports they're pulling out of position. They're stretched thin, but if they can break through, then that's a critical factor here. Do I want to do anything with this bullshit? If he moves a battleship and a transport up to Alaska, or a battleship and a destroyer up to Alaska, then subcruiser's no longer really all that good. And I've got a decent counterattacking force that's not otherwise dedicated to anything. Can't really threaten anything over here. And it's going to take me 4 or 5 turns to get over here, and sub's not going to have any value anyway. So I think I just stay parked on Hawaii. I think I retain my victory city and pray. So we need infantry on the front, tanks to get to India. That tank's going to be needed next turn, hot damn. More ground units. Fighter to help with trading, potential stacking if I get there. And this is where Iceland becomes a good territory, because next turn it would be nice to move that fighter to Iceland so I can reinforce Moscow. Once West Russia has fallen, then Iceland becomes valuable. Before West Russia has fallen, Iceland has no value. But generally speaking, if you're in a kill Germany first scenario, West Russia doesn't go down like that. So, someone run the odds. Tell me if I was being really fucking stupid there. But that's where we're sitting. Damn, that's a nice income though. For round 5, nonetheless. What's the attack power on the board? Whew! 130 to 130. This is a scrappy game now. That was minus 45, minus 59. Yeah, you won, but at what cost? Cool. We shall see how this progresses. Okay, so I ran the odds off camera, and we've got the Russian tanks were actually critical here. That Germany, if I hadn't moved those 3 tanks away, Germany would barely have 30%. And if I'd even fallen back with the extra 2 infantry, then Allies have something like 85, 90% to hold and just wipe out Germany's forces entirely. The fact that I took those tanks off and advanced the infantry means that Germany had greater than 70% to actually take and hold and wipe out all the Allied forces. So those 3 or 4 pieces actually put in a 50% swing into the fight. That's how tight some of this shit can be. Um, it's truly incredible sometimes. But so that was folly on my part. Had I religiously used a calculator, I would have been better off. But oh well, we are where we are. Japan took India again, no surprises there. They didn't take Kazakh, even though they had an infantry station to do so. I guess these tanks had them a little nervous, and they're pumping out tanks on the front. That actually makes me more comfortable, strangely enough. But it's United States' turn right now, not Russia. So we should have no trouble retaking India and just continuing to trade that back and forth. Probably take 1 infantry, 1 tank. And yes, this position will collapse eventually. I have to fully acknowledge that. But an industry that gives you 1 unit per turn isn't exactly huge value for Japan. And these 2 industries have probably bought me in this game 4 or 5 turns of time that Japan has been kind of stuck trying to get past this bulwark. And with a little bit less luck, I could take it more overwhelmingly. This turn is United States. These transports are, I'm going to take 1 over, and I think I should dedicate the other to actually dropping 2 extra infantry here. So I'm only going to have 2 transports over here, so I don't need that much in the way of refilling, but I am going to have to start topping off on those transports. And air units are always good to have for a variety of reasons. These air units are also going to be the reason I'm able to stack France. Admittedly, if instead of 4 fighters, I purchased 8 more ground units and a couple of transports, you could argue that would be better for stacking France, but god damn it, we're playing to have fun. We're having fun, right? Let's get a couple artillery in the mix. Yeah, I feel good. That C-zone's not safe. That's fine. He's only got 2 planes. I don't think I'll have any trouble redistributing my forces to reach the mass I need to keep all my ships safe. Nothing else to move, right? Yeah, I mean, I had fighters and bombers and stuff over here, but not anymore. So long as he doesn't Yahtzee me for all 3, I should be okay. I know Yahtzee's 5 dice, don't pick on me. Perfect. Son of a bitch! I had to say something. I had to say something. Stay calm. Stay calm. Well, that didn't go well. Alright, let's get the rest of the boys in there. I don't need this note anymore. Don't need that note anymore. US, withdraw your notes, please. Stack with as many fighters as I can, because honestly, I don't know if I'm scared for this fleet. Get 2 more guys on there. Which leaves me with a pretty scant, embarrassing, crappy force, although this transport can go ahead and get more guys over to keep that transport active. Fighter. We'll drop the fighter here. Cruiser down, destroyer up. Where did I just put that fighter? Yeah, okay, so that leaves me in this C-zone. And honestly, when I have too many crisscrossy lines like this, it's easier to preview the end phase and say, okay, what's in that C-zone? And in this case, that is C-zone 8. We are ending with 2 destroyers, a fighter, and a carrier, which should be reasonably able to protect against these 2 planes. And then meanwhile, C-zone 13 and 15. 13, you got a cruiser and a carrier, which is only going to see a bomber. That's a pretty high-risk fight for him. And C-zone 15 is a destroyer and a battleship, which should be virtually unkillable by only 2 planes. We'll keep the infantry there just to be a fuck you to Germany. So we've severely hampered our logistics this turn, but I think it's for the better, and I think it gets us a better position. And we're buying transports to try and compensate. And we pulled 3 guys off his counterattack. Admittedly, we lost too much to get there. But pretty straightforward turn overall. Did I not move any of these troops up? I thought I meant... Getting distracted by the arrows. I meant to take 4 up, and then I must have canceled their movement when I sent the other transport over. You know, sometimes what you want to happen and what you actually do are just not in sync. But that's okay. We'll have 6 full transports barreling down on Western Europe again next turn. I think we just get 8 infantry. I need hit points, man. And I will take the extra money. And I will take the extra money. I don't want his tank to blitz, and I don't want to spread myself too thin. Yes, I can take 1 extra IPC, but then 3 tanks and 3 other, whatever you want to call them, fodder, can come and wipe that out no problem. So is losing an infantry really worth one IPC? Because I'm not denying Japan anything. I'm going to say probably not. Oh, man. I think UK's crumpling, but that's okay. We got 3 transports here over in the Atlantic, so they'll always have stuff to spend their cash on. Let's just do that. We'll nab the free money. We'll survive another turn. We'll do this and this. We're trying to prevent a Japanese tank blitz to Moscow. If somehow Germany gets really lucky, I don't want a Japanese tank to come in and clean up the last unit sort of thing. That would just suck. That would just really suck. But I would cry inside. And, you know, I gotta stop and think. Do I have enough to stop him? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 twos, and 3 tanks, and 2 fighters, and 3 more artillery. I don't think he's got enough. I don't think he can do it. But, in case he tries, we're pulling off bombers first. I have a separate defense profile just specifically that says, hey, you're about to get fucked. If you have dice, these are the last ones you're going to throw, so make your odds ever so slightly better by pulling your bombers and anti-air guns off first. So if he does go for it, yes, I'll lose the UK bomber, but that will, if it's a multi-role experience, it will make my odds just a little bit better of surviving that fight. I'm not going to be pulling off fighters or infantry that defend significantly stronger than bombers before the bombers themselves actually start. Now that's pretty scary. I mean, Russia is still collecting 26. Attack power is roughly even. Germany is falling apart. I feel like what he's going to do is just go for it. Just barrel into Moscow and say everyone knows Moscow's the win condition and try to take that. I think what he should do is fall back. Take this, take this, take this, take this. Bring enough tanks back that you can dead zone France next turn because US logistics is so disrupted that I'm not able to feed more infantry in next turn, so Germany will get to move again before that really reaches critical mass. But it would be interesting to see if he's more interested in trying to retake France or if he's going to just try and bulk up camp on Berlin or what he's going to do. Now that I've introduced a significant threat to the West, I'm not entirely sure what his proper move would be here. I really wish I had 1 infantry there, but oh well. It's okay. I'll survive. Tight game. Pretty tight game. Here's the war report for anyone who cares. UK 6, let's fuck shit up. We want to try, if we can, keep trading. Hmm. I like that. I like that. That's a good move. Well, I don't know how I feel about him just letting me keep France. and not even positioning his tanks to try and counterattack France. But, interesting. Very, very interesting. So you know how I feel about UK. I really want to drop an industry there. It's probably a bad idea. It's usually a bad idea. But oh man, if I'm not compelled to do stupid shit all the time. So we'll build an industry on France, stack it a little higher, drop a fighter on there, take another easy 2 IPCs, retake India. Russia is fairly insulated now. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth here. Germany's got its eastern front back because they got that West Russia cap. I don't know. Still a tight game. I've still got a pretty firm income advantage, but he's back to the attack power advantage. What's Germany buying these days? All infantry. That's exactly what Germany should be buying, goddammit, given their position on the board. Could do Russia sent all 3 tanks here. Then Germany could still blitz through. USA is able to take both of these territories without any issue. Yeah, we'll just keep funneling meat into the grinder, and we'll think about Russia's turn when we get there. The good news is the immediate pressure on Moscow is off. So UK is free to maneuver its fighters wherever it wants. The bad news is now that Germany's got Karelia, they might actually think about pressing west again. I really like Finland being in Russian hands, but so Russia's going to move their artillery over, block a blitz. US is going to finish their turn with somewhere between 4 and 6 transports completely ready to go, and we might transition into a Finland shock and divert what we can into France. UK's income is equal to or greater than Germany's. So if I'm only diverting 2 units a turn into the Middle East for now, then we really shouldn't have too much trouble keeping pace with Germany's production right here. So let's buy the industry, because that affords us 12 production slots to Germany's 10. Admittedly, I won't have the income to fill that out, but still nice. Retake India again. I'm just going to keep doing that to be an asshole. 4. And it would be sweet if I could knock out some transports of his. Not that he's using them. I mean, he really doesn't. Japan in this game really doesn't seem to need or want transports. They just don't give a fuck, you know? I gotta be careful, because the 2 transports here could very easily just kind of skip through and take everything else he wants. Because you could pull 1 transport across, take India, 2 transports across, take 1 or both industries with plenty of fighters to distribute. Japan's really light on fighters. How many fighters did you sacrifice to take India last turn? 2. Oh, he attacked Persia? What? He just suicided a bunch of fighters into Persia for the sole purpose of trying to kill a lone infantry? And lost? What? Oh man, I'm missing a lot of things here. Okay, sure, yeah, neat. Weird. So weird. Everything about this game is weird. And why isn't Japan trying to take Australia? Or anything? So if he's down 2 fighters, actually, let's make Persia our new bastion of pleasure. Don't forget to bring a towel. I didn't capture Northwest Europe. I'm a dumbass. That income's probably better in USA's hands anyway right now. That's false. It's better in UK's hands. I'm lying to myself. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I can still fill out my 3 transports. Oh, life is good. This game is really turning into a slugfest with dice going both directions. Fun times. Okay, United States 6. Where are we? What day is it? Oh man, I don't know. Okay, so we had another all-in, this time for Persia. So we did go for Persia. Oh, lost 3 infantry and artillery and another fighter. Japan is running out of planes. And they're running out of transports. I don't know how much longer Japan's going to be able to keep this up, but then again, I don't know how much longer United Kingdom's going to be able to keep this up. Because I might have to sacrifice a plane myself just to recap India. I got 4 3s versus 2 2s and a 3. His transports are getting way out of position. He is buying fighters and tanks, which is generally good for allies if Axis continue to make what I consider to be inefficient purchases, but I'm making inefficient purchases at myself, so I can't point the finger too hard. We need more of that. We need to count 4. I want to keep 1, 2, 3 probably. 1, 2. So I need at least 2 more transports, probably 3. And as many infantry as money can buy. Because what I'm doing is I'm overextending my transports, which makes my supply lines a little bit longer, and I need more to funnel the actual thing I'm trying to do. So we'll do that. We will do this. That, so I can take the battleship, all 3 fighters, and you know, cruiser helps too. If I have it, you might as well, right? And then I can bump the destroyer back, and the new fighter can drop on that carrier. Meanwhile, this transport could go up here. No, it couldn't. There ain't shit to put on it. Because I fucked up my last turn. Ah! The sins of my former self continually coming back to remind me how bad I am. Wow, we really needed every last one of those fighters, huh? That's okay, we got Italy. This is a big deal to me, because this caps out Germany's production at 12, and really 10 anywhere that's going to be relevant. And so their income is 31. If their income's ever greater than 30 or 40, taking Italy is more significant. Right now it's less, but it is getting USA 3, 4, 5 IPCs as I continue to trade here. So I think these transports will pay themselves back a little bit. Let's get a couple of them boys so that we can keep trading back and forth. These transports can come home. So now I have 5 transports. This is enough for 3, 4, 5. You would think I planned this shit out, but no. And destroyer comes back. And fighter. It's a tough decision sometimes. I'll keep 1 fighter back, 3 fighters in. So then I have a fighter, and all of my fleets should be very safe here. I probably didn't buy enough ground units. You know, now that I'm sitting down and thinking about it, I probably didn't buy enough anything. But these 2 transports will come back and load here. These 3 transports will take the 3 infantry, go up to Sea Zone 10, or potentially shuttle another 2 out. Okay, I don't think I've completely fucked up my logistics yet as far as maintaining this Mediterranean shuck. And that's going to force him to trade, but he's only got 2 planes, so if he wants to actually capture all of these 3 provinces, then he's going to have to invest more ground units, and Germany's going to, in an ideal world, be bleeding off more ground units than they can really afford to train. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Probably. Yeah, probably. Stick those. Stick those. It's another turn, my man. Another turn. Russia, again, gets to come to regret everything it's ever done. I don't think we can jump back in West Russia yet. I think we stick with the infantry artillery motif that's been going on. Something we can do fairly comfortably is put a stack here and end the turn with my tanks here so that Russia becomes the one to retake that. But we'll try to retake this as efficiently as we can. Damn, I really wish I had a fighter. Because this is really restrictive. I don't want to do this. But then again, Japan has no fighters either, so... Yeah, Japan's basically lost half their planes, so they're not able to efficiently trade just the same as me, and if they want to bring anything else, they got to bring planes. So I think we actually should be all right, okay here. I won't be moving this infantry back, even though he's in the complete dead zone, because I don't want to open up a blitz. I hate letting anyone blitz. Tempting to throw my tanks into here, but at the end of the day, I think this is a better position for them, and this is still a problem. He would be able to retake that no problem. Something I have to watch out for is Japanese air coming through the channel and hitting US. Fortunately, he's hemorrhaged so many planes just suiciding against India that I don't think that's going to be a huge issue for me. So it should be, Russia's maintaining decent income for the fact that we're coming up on round 8. Nice. Is it worth taking an extra infantry in there just to discourage Japan from trying to blitz in? Because what I can do is that. think we keep it spicy. Now, what I expect Germany to do is, now that they've got some infantry caught up, once again try to stack West Russia, or yeah, West Russia would be the target. Germany's going to just take all this bullshit and come here. I think maintaining an aggressive posture with Germany is going to be their best move here to prevent Russia from getting too relaxed and really working with UK to beat Japan back. At this point, UK and US are overwhelming Germany's defenses, and Germany's on a doom clock. So they don't have a whole lot of options left. I think if they fall back into a completely defensive posture and just try to hold on to these two industries and victory cities, that all these red guys are able to freely trade and attack back and forth on the Eastern Front, and that's going to be no bueno for Japan. It was nice. If he was able to get this, that would have been really nice. I didn't run the odds, but I feel like that wasn't a good fight for him. He had, yeah, only 2 fighters and 4 ground, and I had 2 ground, 2 fighters, and an extra bomber casualty that I was prepared to lose. So my roughly even numbers of troops, but mine were better. You know, fighters literally hit twice as frequently as infantry, especially attacking infantry. So I don't feel too bad about that. I think he's relying a little bit too heavily and thinking battleships are guaranteed to hit. I mean, two-thirds is good, but it's by no means a guarantee. So I think his play is going to be to stack West Russia again. I'm still floating at pretty good income. 46 plus 24 is 70, 105. So Allies coming out over 105 production right now, collecting probably a little bit more, whereas Axis sitting around 75 average IPCs that they're taking in this turn. Attack powers are very low across the board. There's really no strong power of any of these. So overall distribution of pieces is very, very even. At the end of my turn, attack power is kind of evened out again. So this is a still close game, I would say, but Allies favored. Anytime the income is this skewed and the attack power is roughly even, the Axis have lost their forefront advantage. So I think he's still able to win this, especially if he gets some favorable dice, because right this moment, I'm not so confident in my ability to retake India. I think I have to go for it, but I'm not too confident that that's going to happen. If I miss and he hits, then he's got a really strong foothold, and I don't have a really easy way to defend against that. So diverting a handful of Russian guys might help, since his ground production is really weak, but we'll just have to see. Curious curious how that one's going to develop. We'll find out. Okay, another day, another quiet day. We are on UK 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, nope. I'm broke. I'm bankrupt. I'm trash. But that's okay. Everyone knew that already. So let's do that. And UK is going to be the one kind of doing the most trading here, I think, while US, I want to start attempting to build up some kind of critical mass. And why do I feel like I had a big army here that's suddenly gone? Huh. Is US really still this weak on round 7? Holy shit, man. Oh, I'm not good at this game. Clearly. We'll think about US logistics later. For now, UK just needs to keep surviving. Just get as many things as I can. Call it quits. I think we gotta go for it. I think we gotta pour everything we can into India. Try and keep Japan always just one turn behind, one turn behind. Because if I can take it back now, then Russia can take it and I can basically just lock that shit down for the foreseeable future. I think this could be the last time for a long time that I have to retake India. US will have no trouble retaking Italy. I'll just shuck these guys over with those transports so UK doesn't need to bother trading. I can get started on Finland because Germany's forces, you know, I've got an industry on the mainland now. I think actually what I should do is ditch a transport and take that. And then because I can't fill my transports anyway, just take what I can, man. Give nothing back. It's a pathetic turn, such that it is, because I've lost so much. But hey, at least the dice start friendly. And then they quickly change their mind. One infantry on Iceland already paying himself back 3 times. He's got the golden gun. Finland, meanwhile, not putting up nearly as much of a fight. 2 infantry versus 1 infantry artillery on defense is roughly 50-50. This is where I need to get lucky. 25% chance to clear right away in 1 roll. 25% chance to fuck it all up. We got lucky. Let's see if we get fucked. Oh, you, sir, are now officially having a bad day. He could pull 2 more transports out of position if he really wanted to retake it. And then Russia could just take its tanks out of position. If I land my fighters here, I'll still be able to move them again before Japan's turn. There's destroyers here. If I station my sub and cruiser on Alaska, what I'm doing is I'm preventing him from leaving transports in either of these sea zones without some kind of naval escort. And if he takes the only ships he has and puts them there, then he either needs to take a fighter out of position or risk a very real chance of me just completely sinking his navy and any associated transports in there, because none of his other ships are able to reach that. So life remains good for now. And then US will have to do something. We may or may not run the odds on this. I notice he pulled his tanks back. That's a big deal. Because if I remember correctly, he was stacked in Karelia. And I really liked the Karelia stack. But it looks like his plan has shifted and he's just going to try to hold on to Berlin with a death grip. something I could do is offer him France back and see if he takes it, retake it with United States. Although I don't know if US has enough to hold it by itself. I think it will really need UK's assistance there. But Germany's got a lot of territory that it's going to have to swap back and forth for that to be practical. So now Russia can take you and you, start having mini stacks, and legitimately defend against Japan and start trading these territories, the heartland, central of Germany. So I think Germany's in pretty rough straits right now. They didn't lose anything taking Italy. At least they lost 2 infantry there. 1. So he really was trying to take everything he could. So he's trading very fervently away, and actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's losing half the pieces he's able to purchase every turn. I'll be curious to see how long he wants to keep that up, because that number needs to be getting bigger if he's going to survive. Because USA, their production is finally, fucking finally, starting to kick in. I think that's all I can do. I think we hole up in France for now. He does have a lot of stuff. This is true. But let's suppose, hypothetically, that he does go all in for France. I think I can put enough there to hold it. USA is going to take 1 artillery and 1 infantry and just cap Iceland. Maybe take a divert a destroyer or something. But I think otherwise, take the rest of my ground units and dump them on France and divert a couple bast and continue this whole medchuck thing that's going on, because I enjoy the extra mobility I'm getting here. That's kind of nice, plus the extra income. But we shall proceed. USA 7. Another day, another opportunity to regret all of my previous decisions. We are buying infantry, artillery, tanks. We are capturing India again. We are suiciding fighters to clear Persia. What are you even taking there? So you're literally just taking fighters against infantry saying, please, please stop retaking India. Like, this is Japan single-mindedly going after India. And he's even pulled all of his tanks back from the front to say, I'm getting India, god damn it. I'm getting India. You can't keep me from it. Which, you know what? Cool. Alright, you know, this has taken so much pressure off of Russia. So much pressure off of Russia. It's not even funny. This fixation. And what would be funny? Ooh, what would be really funny would be to retake that with Russia. Park 2 UK fighters in a tank. If I could do that, let's suppose hypothetically, of course, I had 1 Russian tank left. I could place an anti-air gun, an infantry, and a tank or something. But the extra 4 tanks is going to be a problem. He's buying so many tanks. He just doesn't give a fuck, man. And you know what? I think maybe it's time to let him keep India. Especially since he doesn't ever seem to lose anything when he captures it. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. What's Japan's income? So he's 42, modest, respectable. Not great. I mean, honestly, round 7, I would really hope that Japan's rounding out pretty high. So Russia can take both of these. And there's no infantry follow-up, so honestly, drop a couple extra infantry. Maybe take a couple infantry south. Because what I don't want him to do is start capturing these industries right away. And I want to have enough Russian infantry in place that I can kind of discourage him from getting too frisky, as it were. Right now he's got 6 tanks that can hit this if he really wanted to. So if I let him keep India, Kazakh is kind of dead zoned, so I need to GTFO Kazakh. Probably just start shifting south to Persia and let Russia have a head-on encounter down south. Now, Russia not having any fighters is a big problem right now. Purchasing a fighter is probably a good decision. But it's not Russia's turn, it's USA's turn. Germany is getting all up in my business. I think we take a transport to take Iceland. I think we shuck and capture Italy, not idiotly. And then we refill those transports. These are going to come back, load again. These are going to shift up. And then we need to load the 5 that are coming over. So I need to fill 5 more transports worth of shit. So I got a couple IPCs left over. Ideally, I can go a little bit heavier on artillery. That would be nice. Because we are planning on attacking Berlin at some point, and the troops that are going to do it are probably going to be green. Let's be real. Man, Japan really doesn't have a whole lot going for them right now for it being so late in the game. Then again, neither does anyone else. The overall peace count is really low. Like, no one's got attack power over 200. This is a very... This is a slugfest. So let's do that. Shit's going down when USA can legitimately just buy all ground units. That's when you know everything's pretty nice. 2 planes can move over. Or, yeah, I can do this. And this. And this. And this. And this. 1, 2, 3. Do we even need a fighter there anymore? Probably not. And then I'll use this transport to shuck 2 infantry and drop them there. Just as a, here, come, take it from me. Go ahead. Go ahead and try. Meanwhile, I do kind of want Iceland back. If only to prevent him from sinking my UK transports. And that should be all I need to do here. US has no bomb or anything anymore because everything sucks. Beautiful. Alright, overkill, best kind of kill. And he didn't hit 2, which is another blessing. I could have sworn I had brought 1 infantry from France. That was my intent. I didn't do that, but it was what I wanted to do. I didn't do it, so I got a little bit lucky there. Not again. Okay. Starting to get scared there. Cool. pull these bros. These. Really, two units over is enough. The others can kind of funnel in. He can come down as well, assuming he survives. I already have an anti-air gun in place, so I should just bring the artillery. Drop France. I'm kind of spread a little thin here, huh? I think we do that. Can I get a fighter up there? Can't. But I can get one fighter over here. I can get one fighter here. And the rest to fall back. I am spread super thin. And so, shit, what's ending in C-Zone 8? "13 is going to have just aircraft carrier and a fighter. 8 is going to have one destroyer, one carrier, one fighter. That's reasonable. 3 is going to have 2 destroyers versus 1 bomber. I'd love to have more fighters on France, but USA lost all their planes, so they just don't get fighters. This transport's not unloading in the correct location. There we go. There we go. Nice. Very nice. So the goal here... Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even think about this. I'm running out of production. Oh well. Still got the anti-air gun and one more dude up there, so I'm not breaking my logistics just yet, but I forgot that USA logistics kind of caps out at 12 units a turn to make it clean. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what I can do. That's a nice, good, multicolored Western Europe. This makes me feel good. We'll have to keep the pressure up. I think a fighter is necessary. How many planes does Japan have? 3 or more. So sometime in the future, I think picking up one anti-air gun is going to be good. And honestly, this turn is a good turn to invest in some weird stuff since Russia is not under any direct pressure. He's got no tanks in range to attack this anymore. He's got no fighters in range to attack this anymore. Fuck you. We'll put a decent force forward with Russia. Not like all in or anything, but decent. Gonna be prettier once I have air. This extra 2 is pretty nice as well. Russia's gonna have some scary income. Well, that ain't great, is it? What could you bring to attack me? You could bring 2 infantry, no tanks, no tanks, no tanks, no tanks, no bombers, No fighters. 2 infantry. So that should be safe for now. Denies Japan 1 more IPC, gives it to Russia. The man with the rifle shoots. The man without follows. When the man with the rifle dies, the man without picks up the rifle. Let's just throw a little bit more bullshit in there, eh? Get one up here. Kind of serves the purpose of going back here, as well as potentially threatening Karelia if Germany wants to get frisky again. And we will block that, prevent that from being free. We'll put one here, one down. Meanwhile, come at me, bro. That is so irritating as Axis when you have a big Russian stack on Persia. Because that tells you somewhere, somehow, Germany is fundamentally done wrong somewhere. Put these back here. Well, I don't have to, actually. If I just drop a lone anti-air, can he just snipe that somehow and not get punished? Because I want to put the anti-air over here. Probably next turn. Because UK doesn't want to build it. If I have a lone fighter. Just because I'm paranoid, I'm going to drop 1 infantry there. Also tempted to drop 2 infantry here. Because then he really has to bring tanks. Yeah, we're not going to give him that industry back for free. He's going to have to commit to it. And now, yeah, if he's already spending 1 fighter to snipe that transport, which is a questionable decision anyway, since UK's production is already maxing out without the transport, it's really got nothing to carry. You know, UK's transports just aren't that worthwhile. His fighters, there's just too many targets. He doesn't have enough airplanes. So Germany's going to have to start spending its tanks or just go ahead and die already. That's what it's looking like. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's okay. '27. Overall, decent turn. This is looking good for allies now. Admittedly, I've lost India. Admittedly, I'm probably not going to get it back this game. And that's okay. You know, I think UK has kind of done its job there. This is the second layer. And tell you what, United Kingdom's still producing. And any industry that Russia is able to retake, United Kingdom is able to produce off of it again. So it's as if nothing happened. You know, if Japan does capture an industry, it does not in any way disrupt my production here, which is part of the reason why I ended up not getting an industry in Egypt or South Africa or anything, because if those get taken, then, well, you're just kind of shit out of luck, huh? But these 2 locations are things that, depending on how the mid-game develops, Russia is generally able to facilitate UK's continued production. That's usually true of India as well, but in this case, not so much. I am pleased. I am pleased with this board. Here is your war report. Even attack power, Germany and Japan. That's a bad sign. Just saying. Because ain't nobody attacking Japan. So if Japan's attack power is that low, they've been inefficient in their trades. To be continued. Alrighty, UK 8? Somewhere around there. What did Germany do? He took France. That, I'm hoping that was a Pyrrhic victory. He didn't even have to bring all his planes. Lost 18 infantry. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Tell you what. Does UK bother retaking it, or do we give that industry over to USA? Tough decision. I feel like we give the industry to US. Russia's got some easy money. Just split 1-2. So the UK artillery gets to sit idle. Transport everything over if we want. UK probably can't even retake France. Yeah. UK probably can't take France. So let's build up our little hub. And we'll just get infantry for now. Infantry are better than nothing. And they'll need to be supported by other troops. This will be what loads in. And let's build a goddamn air force again. UK needs planes. If I had 2 more fighters right here, we could retake France no problem. But I don't. So USA can retake, and I can drop 6, 7, 8, 9 infantry there. But no... I think we trade France for a little bit, and then on the next load, he won't be able to recapture. And it will be a USA industry, and life will be good. And for now, we'll just keep taking the everything, and he won't have enough aircraft to retrade effectively. Curious to see what he does about the India problem. So I think we sit out combat. I don't think UK does anything. All right, you win. You have India. You did it. You win the game. Congratulations. 1, 2. With an anti-air. 3, 4 hits. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Assuming his tanks don't hit. 10, 11. It's just not good enough. Right? Or is it good enough? If USA just stacks all the 2s it can take and puts them on France, and then Russia can send a fighter to defend. Oh God, that's hilarious. I love it. I think that we might run the odds, but I think that might actually be really funny to take that with US, add the Russian fighter, especially considering I just built that goddamn fighter. It makes it look like I had a plan. Cool. Simple turn. Yeah, we need infantry on the front. I mean, still got the same starting income. This is going to turn into an income attrition thing. Oof. 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 When your IPCs remaining is equal to your current attack power on the board. Oof. Especially, what's their income? 25. At most, they can buy 8 infantry next turn. Germany's Germany's toast. They spent all of their units to keep me from holding that industry. I don't think that was worth it. Especially since all I had there was infantry, and infantry are twice as good on defense. And all he was attacking with was infantry. Well, he had some tanks, but he had a lot of infantry, and they're half as good on offense. So I feel like he could have lasted a lot longer had he not made that attack. But moving his tanks up to Karelia and letting me get the France stack in the first place was arguably the bigger mistake. Hard to say. Hard to say. Once allies get a hold of France, it is very difficult to push them out again. And the doom clock for Germany starts ticking real fast because you tanks. Baltic states can be a really useful place for them because they threaten to dead zone France if allies try to stack it, and they can also hit a West Russia stack. But hard to hold on to Karelia at the same time. It's difficult. Playing Germany in a kill Germany first is difficult. Alrighty, US 8. More tanks, more fighters. Yes. Oh, and he's trying to get some sneaky. Okay. So UK is gonna just knock out that destroyer. So he's trying to get a little braver with his transports here and sacrificing his destroyer to do it. Okay, whatever. Goes all out for that industry. Nothing lost again. And stacking the shit out of India. I don't think I can retake India. I don't think that's going to happen. But what we could do is retake Transjordan with the United States, abort the Medshuck, stack France, and continue just being a complete annoying shit. I think that's what we do. I think we stack France with everything we can. Try to take Transjordan using my 2 bombardment shots. If I have a plane in range, that would be nice. If only I hadn't lost that bomber. Oh well. I think with a battleship and a cruiser, that's not a terrible fight. We should go for it. And worst case, maybe I take a Russian dude in the plane or something. But I think we can recapture that and have UK build one more infantry just to be annoying, and still have enough to lock down Persia. So I'm going to be filling at least 4 transports. These 2 are going to be ferrying up. That's taken. So I'm going to have not so many things to fill. So I think if I buy 8 troops, I'll need another transport, and I'd like to pick up some more fighters, honestly. My air is really lacking. Especially now that I've lost France again. It just keeps... Every time I build up a big stack of things with all my fighters defending it, he just kills it and says, there, I'm going to murder all your shit. And I'm like, God damn it. I wish he would stop murdering me. It'd be really nice if he would stop murdering me. Oh well. So let's just do that. And let's take those key and do that bullshit. He shouldn't Yeah, he ain't got enough fighters to punish me. Let's make sure we don't forget this. Man, that just doesn't feel like enough, does it? In hindsight, maybe this was a mistake. Maybe. What's to do with you? Probably just pull him back. Leave a token ship to try and keep him from dying. Do it. Unlikely, yeah, you're probably right. But with a successful bombardment, turns into a 50-50, and I win the coin flip. He doesn't lose anything taking my shit amphibious assault. It only makes sense that I shouldn't lose anything taking his shit amphibious assault. Did lose 1 infantry. That leaves me with 6, 7, 8 defenders, and I can buff that up with a Russian plane. And because he'll have 8 attackers and a plane or 2 on offense. Oh well, actually 10 attacks. Shit. I think if I put the Russian fighter there, it's got to be real close, like coin flip sort of odds. And then... Let's drop the planes right back where they started, eh? I don't have enough fighters to spread the love. Drag him down, so if he retakes, maybe I retain the option of retaking with Russia. So Russia's income is off the hook, man. That gives me 6 transports. You know, I could bring those over here. I could fill a transport. Okay, yeah. Let's take one of these and drop 2 more infantry down there. And then let's take the rest of these and keep it real. Yeah, I'm able to fill every last one of those. So I'll have another 10 guys coming next turn. 7, 8, 9. And I actually, in hindsight, won't actually have enough to fill out the transports I have. You know, I should have just bought ground units. Yeah, this is what you get when you don't plan your USA turns. So logistics get fucked up. Oh yeah! I like the idea of having a tank as well. In fact, since I have a tank, let's put him over there so he can still hit Alaska if and when shenanigans come. Just getting ugly for Axis, man. I think Russia's got to go back to their roots for a little bit. Sometimes you just need a little bit more. Although he's going so tank heavy, it might make some sense for Russia to get a few tanks as well at some point. We can go boop boop, and that's shit, that's it. That's all I want to do, right? Yeah, that's... glorious, truly. I could do that. kind of want to mini stack both of these. He's only got 2 planes, and they're probably going to France. So if I just do a little bit of that, a little bit of that action, that's bound to be fairly frustrating for him. And hot damn! Just in case some way, somehow he takes Persia. He's not going to stack there. That would be stupid. So we'll do that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god. So beautiful. 31. Anytime you're cashing out in the 30s with Russia, life is good. Now, if you're cashing out in the 30s post round 8, it's an allied game. Russia's production capacity is almost equal to Japan's. So I'm starting to feel like Persia is not going to get overcome anytime soon. I'll keep building UK boys there, just for its own sake. Also, if I end up boosting with some Air Force eventually, tell you what, 5 infantry and 10 fighters, that's a respectable attacking force, regardless of what your target is. Plus, if I do build enough air here, I can start to think about just knocking out his whole navy. What he should be doing is taking all this free money that's sitting here, but it's just been so fixated on this shit, for better or for worse. I'm going to argue for worse. And we shall have to see what Germany does. Okay, here we are. Max out his buy. And you're taking the onesie twosies where you can. You ran out of fighters to trade with. So Russia's going to get themselves even more money. USA still got those 2 infantry. So I'll be able to take another industry. And I can bring this transport back 1, 2. Capture him. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. May or may not need to scuttle a few fighters in there. United Kingdom. I guess, yeah, UK does need to take turns, huh? I think there's a lot to be said for just reinforcing France. Although US is going to be doing that themselves, so I could take Northwest Europe just to get a little bit of money and keep using UK units to trade down Germany. That gives US just a little bit more firepower when the all-in comes. Did get something here. He can bring he can bring 4 transports worth of shit. I need planes. Boy, do I need planes. For now, he's got a decent army, but the fact that he didn't take this back means he will not be getting France back this game. That's observable fact now. So Germany should fall in 2 or 3 turns, give or take. I'm tempted to retake this, but I know I'd really rather give the income to Russia since they're kind of more central towards taking on Japan, and USA is going to have no difficulty just putting Germany down right now, and I don't want to forget about those. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's just pump out infantry and keep supplementing the Air Force. So we'll take one down here, one fighter. Other fighter's going to come through. Other couple of dudes are going to come up here. And we're holding on to Persia for one more turn. Don't want to forget about you. I don't think Japan can take Persia right now. Can't say I've done a calculator, but here we go. But I don't think Japan can take it. You know, that will never not be frustrating. I understand that that's like a 90% battle or something like that, but still. I was going to say, so long as he misses with this shot, I don't care. But he didn't miss. This alone is going to force him to come back. Both his battleships are here. There's a lot to be said for having a submarine, but the only thing he's really got to hit this sea zone is a fighter. Submarines don't block movement, cruisers do. Cruisers are more likely to hit. He's got no battleships to absorb a free hit. So the cruiser is actually a higher threat right now. That blocks his transports from going to Alaska. If he does bring a ship back, like a carrier or destroyer or something, the cruiser can go after it with relatively decent odds of taking it out. So right now that's threatening his transports, and it's going to force him to do something else. I'm okay with that. Do we really need the fighter on France? I'm thinking the answer is probably not. I don't think, because USA is going to have 10, 16 more guys just on France. Germany, you are not taking it. Germany needs to be very afraid for her survival right now, and the fact that she's trading out about as many troops as she's building every turn should be very concerning for the Axis player. Right now, you really got to slow down with the trading to try that whole not dying thing. I'm going to fall back with these infantry just so they doesn't get cheeky with a transport. Well, he'd have to bring 2 transports over, and his battleships are out of range, so actually that's not a bad spot for them to stay. And we're good. We are good. Tempting to put that here. But we'll keep pumping out fodder. I don't think he's got the odds to take it. Because I got 7 Russian guys, man. You can't see anything through there, but I got 7 Russian guys and a UK guy. That's a freaking bastion. Plus, he's going to be spending his battleship shots trying to take out this industry anyway. And that frees up these destroyers so I can get a little bit more off the hook with my U.S. planes. Very cool. Very cool. We don't need that map note. Let's close this out. US 9. The bells holds for thee. Japan getting a little creative with their transports, but... Ooh. They're leaving a lot of forces off of India. Every piece they pull off in these transports to go to India without any follow-up coming in is making India weaker. I feel like, is this the turn where I try and take that back? Or do I need to wait one more? Think I gotta wait one more. Get these tanks in range. Get a couple more units in there. Get the fighter back home. And then we'll be okay. So I might realistically retake India next turn. This is exciting and terrifying for him. So let's get mostly infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Get another artillery right here. But fuck it. Let's get 2 artillery, man. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. I think we just need to max out ground units. I don't want to think about how this is all going to work out, but I think we need to get another 10 ground units. I think that's just what we need to do here. Got 1 that I can bring over. Make sure Germany's not allowed to have nice things. And unfortunately, that means I will not be able to retake Egypt or anything with United States because I just don't have enough. Yeah, I don't have enough stuff around. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So I could take both these fighters in and here on this carrier bring this carrier down, land the fighter. Yeah, we'll do something along those lines. So just maximum pressure campaign, and that's all I can do. US really taking a lot of ground, but we're not spread too wide. Decent fight. Another little battle going my way. I'm okay with that. And do the shuffle. Do not have an anti-air gun there. But so long as he has fewer than 3 planes, I'm probably better off just having more ground units in France regardless. 4. I think we just keep doing that number so long as we can. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How the fuck did that work out? Wow, okay. Nice. Nice. I'm able to fill all my transports after all. It's just that instinct, man. Pure, unadulterated United States instinct. Yeah, drop all my artillery on the front, and we'll shuck in infantry alone. Terrifying. US actually has the money to back up their production now. Oof. Ooh, that is terrifying. Look at the attack power difference. This is where In my opinion, the Axis should consider resigning. I don't know what Japan thinks they can accomplish here. Russia, we're going to get spicy. We're going to put 2 tanks on Caucasus this turn. And then we'll just continue pounding everything else. We're going to go in heavy, acknowledging that anything he fails to trade is really my benefit. You know, he can't trade everything. He can trade a couple of provinces, but he just doesn't have the units to trade everything he wants. So bring that over, and might as well just save myself a ground unit or two while I'm escorting the fighter out here. Well, it takes a 1, 2, 3, 4. I could get to Caucasus in 1 turn if I don't bring the fighter. And I'd really rather have the fighter in Caucasus. Dead zone, so I gotta take that as gently as possible. Let's do a little bit of that. I want to replace those. So these need to come in. That's enough, right? Be real awkward to lose Moscow right about now. Let's do that. Game tells me. Game tells me the odds are strong. That's all I need to hear, baby. Easy peasy. I hope this one goes well. I've lost this exact fight a lot of times, so it's something like an 80%. It's Belarus all over again, man. Don't hit. Whew. Whew. I mean, I could have taken 1 more infantry, but I like the idea of potentially taking India again. That's... No, that's not a good start either, is it? Come on now. Okay, you guys are on crack. They're doing great. They're doing great. Good job, man. We're going to buff the shit out of Persia. God damn, that is just going to be terrifying. And I love it. Keep some modicum of a presence over there. Keep that. And that's going to be Russia. It's their whole turn. That's scary. Actually, we'll do a... We'll keep him over here, because he's going to want a Cossack. Still cashing out more than 30? Go ahead. Keep using your transports to pull shit off of India. Be my guest. Actually, I'm going to come up on a victory city win here. If I can take Berlin and India in the same turn and hold them, that's literally a win. That's a win condition. So this game is on its last legs right now, and this is not looking so hot for him. That is a scary Russian force. And there we have got ourselves a game over. So in this case, yeah, Germany didn't bother taking a turn. They saw the writing on the wall. This is a very Allies advantaged position. In all honesty, Germany, Berlin's going to fall 2 to 3 turns maximum. There's nothing Japan can do to stop it. And Japan is not making any headway. They're potentially going to lose India this turn and lose the game on victory cities alone. It's just is not a good look. So, interestingly enough, there were only really 2 big battles this game. There was the one in West Russia, and there was the one in France. And I lost both of those. That was where Axis attacked with an advantage, took a big battle with profit. So, what did Axis do wrong here? How did this game go my way? Um, I would say I would mostly point the finger at Japan. I think there were some missteps on Germany's part. Taking West Russia was a really big deal, but there was no follow-up. Um, if there was a big stack of yellow guys here at the same time that Germany knocked out West Russia, then that's basically game over. I'm not able to defend my capital anymore. But Russia really never had any substantial pressure from Japan. Japan was fairly slow to start. If we go all the way back to round 1, I mean, they got 2 destroyers, no ground units. 2 transports is a good buy. I support 2 transports. And then we got an industry, turn 2, which isn't necessarily a bad idea, but considering you bought 2 destroyers turn 1, like you don't have enough transports out there, and you're not buying enough ground units to really justify getting the industry yet. Turn 3, get another industry. Way too early. Just way too early. You get an industry and a transport on the same turn. That's really unusual. Ultimately, you're investing way too much in infrastructure early before you have the income to support that. Whereas Japan, you really need to maximize your production slots. Like right here, they only placed 2, maybe 3 units on Japan. Ideally, at this stage in the game, round 10, you're putting 8 units every single turn. And you got 4 transports, and you're shucking 8 units, 8 units, 8 units every single round. With 3 more plus 2 more, just the overall unit count is really low there. Combine that with the overall unit composition is generally inefficient. This is really tank heavy. Japan's got 11, 12 tanks showing, and that's not counting all the tanks that they built, right? I think I destroyed a fair number of tanks. How many tanks did Japan buy this game? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Japan bought 14 tanks. The tanks cost twice as much as infantry. That could be 28 infantry. Cost for cost, tanks will never beat an equal cost of infantry and artillery on offense or defense. They do not compare. Tanks give you a really good short-term power spike with the extra maneuverability and the attack power. But long-term, tanks are not a good strategy. Tanks will get out-efficiencyed by a different composition, and I was able to continually snipe out tanks just because I had a more efficient army, compounded with the fact that I was just making more money. Japan also didn't take any income. Why are these still owned by UK? That's 3 IPCs that could be for me. Japan was hyper-fixated on India, didn't take any of this African income. It's round 10, and they're just now starting Africa. So Japan was just very slow to develop and very inefficient. And I was just talking tanks. How about fighters? The 2 industries we've already mentioned. think they were inefficient with fighters as well. There's one fighter, there's two fighter, third fighter, fourth fighter. Japan bought 4 fighters. That could be another 8 infantry. Or actually, sorry, no, my math is wrong. Um, that could be another 11 infantry. Plus 3. 13 infantry. So ultimately, it's just not efficient. And then compound that with they bought 4 fighters, they start with 6, and yet how many do they have on the board? 3, 4, 5. Japan's lost 5 fighters? They're suiciding against anti-air guns, taking fighters so that they can capture the industry, and just making these really inefficient fights and marginally gaining ground, but way too slowly. This game, in my opinion, was lost by Japan. The attack in West Russia by Germany, had Japan been in a better position to support that attack and follow up with it, would have been very, very powerful. But at that particular stage, given that Japan hadn't even taken India yet, and the furthest they could advance was Burma, um, okay, so you took West Russia, now you have no infantry up to 2 spaces away, and your tanks will just collapse. And Russia was able to quickly match that power once again through the value of cost efficiency. Russia didn't buy any tanks up to that point. Russia was just buying infantry and artillery, which are better than tanks. You know, that's kind of the main takeaway from this particular game, is that your purchasing decisions matter. A bomber, a tank, 3 tanks, 3 tanks, another fighter. You're buying 2 airplanes. Only by round 5 did he finally transition into something that I think fit his position a little better, but by that point it was just too late. So I would pick on purchasing decisions and the overall efficiency of the build. Uh, that generally just focusing on infantry and artillery is just straight up better in most situations. Also, I think focusing on India should have probably focused on building a stack on Kazakh and approaching Persia from the rear. I think it's a more sound strategy. But anyway, that was this game. I had fun. Hopefully you guys did too. If you have watched to this point and you care, well, if you have watched to this point, that means you do care. I would solicit your advice. This particular game, I was just running commentary as I played it. Previous uploads, what I've done is actually plan the turnout, run calculators, and try to actually play the best game I can, and then kind of calculate my thoughts after the fact and kind of cohesively bring it all together into one thing. Let me know what you'd rather see. Something that's kind of more planned out with calculators and kind of more slick and professional, or let's try stupid shit and see if we can get away with it and screw the damn calculators, never tell me the odds. Up to you. I have fun either way. But let me know in the comments if you care. Until next time.